Hey guys and welcome back to another What If Here. Today we are doing part 10 to What If Kurama's chakra turns Naruto into a female. And well, before we start this 4 hour plus what if, for most people that may skip this part, but though for the people that will listen, if you like, yes, when I say tell me if you want part, say the next part, yeah, do it, but don't try and tell me to do it as fast as possible, because I am doing it as fast as I possibly can within obviously like applying safety, so that I don't get burnt out, which will then cause the almost guaranteed end of this series. As when I get burnt out, I tend to get quite lazy, and yes. So anyway, guys, and well, yes, if you also hear me say end of say chapter 1, we're currently in chapter 1, so there's possibly going to be, there should be 4 chapters: chapter 1, 2, 3 and 4, or chapter 1 beginning, 2 and 3 should be the middle, and 4 should be the end. So I will pretty much start and then, so I'll obviously end chapter 1 and then start chapter 2. What it means by that is I'm pretty much mostly recording some of them on different days. So yes, I'm generally going to only have like each chapter be around an hour long, though it will vary. Anyway, so you guys know that, let's get into this. So, and if you want a recap, go and watch the other parts. There are link in the description down below and at the end cards, and at the end of the video there is the playlist which you can click on and watch part 1 to this part. So yes, if you are new, there is the link in the description. Anyway, so let's get into this part. So, well, who's going to get up and would do his, for him it was a normal day. He'd start his day at 6 in the morning when he got up, and at 6:30 he'd leave and get to where he works, the Hokage Tower, at around 6:45 a.m. He'd arrive, he'd go in and would start his day with writing his nemesis paperwork. Now, as he'd sit down and he'd start reading them, as he'd then somewhat stop reading them and think about yesterday. Because yesterday he'd obviously seen Naruto, and what happened yesterday was what happened in part 9, where Naruto had helped Kakashi with moving in, but Kurama had seized also that day to pretty much get her balance up, get Naruto's balance up a bit more, and somewhat like getting used to walking in heels and showing more of her body off, and slightly more revealing clothes, so miniskirt and whatever the top was I said in that part was. So yes, because she'd sat on top of the Hokage monument, and Hiruzen had somewhat spotted a couple of times throughout the day when he'd somewhat gone out for a break or that, so he'd just be there wondering for a bit, as he'd just sigh and go, well, I guess I'm just going to have to ask Kakashi, as he'd look up at the clock, as he'd go, he gets up around 7 in the morning, so that's, say, 10 minutes past 7, I'll send Naruto there to his place, so that he'll come here immediately and to not go off for a run. So yeah, and so at at the time, he'd send a arm boot out, and 20 minutes later, which would know that Kakashi would be late. He'd probably just barely awoke and is somewhat possibly either going to the toilet or cooking breakfast or that. And so, he'd arrive. As he'd knock on the door, Hizen would say, "Enter," as Kakashi would go, "Sorry, Hokage-san, for being late." And Hizen would go, No, it's not your fault, after all. I'd more so only sent the armor out so that you'd come here as soon as possible instead of going out for a jog or that. I somewhat wanted to ask you something. What might that be, Hokage-sama? Well, see, yesterday, I saw Naruto, in more feminine clothing. Is Kakashi just think, well, yeah, it makes sense, Naruto's a girl now. As you'd go, and, well, is Naruto a girl pretending to be a girl? Or what? No one's told me. I know Naruto has been at least after the Land Wave mission, he'd started he'd been slowly when he was a newborn, turning into a female, but as that completely she never yes, right. I kind of thought you'd already had known, or Naruto had told you, but Naruto is a girl. And when you mean girl, you mean actually a girl and not just in a transformation. Kakashi would just nod and go, yeah, actually a girl, Hokage-sama. I know Naruto has pretty much, has invented a transformation that allows her to transform into anything, actually anything, so that obviously it's not just any illusion. But just go, yeah, that's kind of why I wanted to ask. It's okay, is that all? No, I would like to talk to her. Cassie would just somewhat nod and go, well, she's generally up around 8, so I can bring her at 8:30, Hokage-sama. Izumi just nod and go, well, okay then, is there anything else you want to add on to this? Why no one bothered to tell me? It's well, I kind of thought you already knew, Hokage-sama, and I don't know Naruto's reasons, but she's probably got, a good one. After all, she sees as a, grandfather, so yeah, there has to be a reason there. You just nod as he'd go, well, if that's all, then Kakashi, then you may bring her at 8:30. Kakashi would just nod and would sensing out of that as Hizen would just go, why didn't you tell me, Naruto, that you'd become a girl? Why? Don't you trust me? She must have a good reason. I just have to remember that. Yeah. And about 8 o'clock would roll around as she'd hear, or at least she'd think she was imagining someone knocking at her front door, but she'd just ignore it and roll over and try and go back to sleep. Though then she'd somewhat hear front door somewhat either unlock, or at least the door creak open, as she'd immediately grab the kunai on her bedside table. She just has one there just in case somehow some idiot, like drunken idiots, had broken in to her place, so she could, deal with them. No, then she'd hear footsteps as she'd clench the kunai even harder and get ready to throw it, as then there'd be a knock on her bedroom door as she'd go, who is it? Completely forgetting she's a censor at the moment. And the voice would just somewhat silently pass behind her, would just sigh and go, "It's me, Naruto. It's Kakashi." Naruto would allow a sigh of relief and go, somewhat look down at herself, shrug as he was just wearing, yes, it was just somewhat, it was a hot night, so she wasn't exactly, wearing much, though she was at least wearing, wasn't really wearing anything besides from a bra, so she'd look down, they'd just pick up her sheets and go, you can come in. He would open the door and would somewhat look at it and go, and we'd just go, Hokage-sama wants to see you. He'd somewhat walked in backwards, just in case she was naked. He's like, why does Gigi want to see me? It's about, you becoming a, girl. I don't blink, go, I thought you, okay, when do I have to meet him? At 8:30. Naruto just somewhat breathe out and go, okay, I should go, and I'll be in the living room, Naruto. So just go, okay, Kakashi. Kakashi then leave, both shutting the door behind him. And Kuma would somewhat wake up a second later, yawning and saying, "Morning, Kit." Should then somewhat realising that there is somewhat a bit, scared, maybe a bit frightened, but why is she scared? Just go, "Hey, Kit, what's wrong? What's got you so worried?" The old man, Gigi knows that I'm a girl. Can we go, I thought you would have told him by now. It's like, I was going to, but it just, any time I somewhat try to make up the words, it would just, I just couldn't. I don't know why. It was, just impossible. It's like anytime I tried telling him, it was like a brick wall would form, and I just couldn't form any sentences. She just come and just sigh and go, well. So he'd somehow find out, and I assume he'd probably find out from yesterday with well, what you was wearing. Hey, that was your idea. Not really. I'm not saying it wasn't. I'm just saying it was more so due to that he had figured it out. Though, for why it took him so long to notice that you're A, girl, and B, it should have been obvious because your chest. Like, damn, that B cup. I know they're not like that, like, you know, obvious like a C or D cup, but still they're obvious enough to somewhat be able to realise there's a curve there at the very least. It's like he really has gotten old. Almost everyone that has everyone that has somewhat seen you with with your B cup breasts have pretty much been somewhat, you know, said surprised from the rookie 9. But yeah, it's like it shouldn't have taken him too long to notice it. Like, Colin's damn strong as ninja, and it takes him up until now to see you in a miniskirt and heels to realise that you're a girl, or become a girl now. Like, damn, that just seriously boggles the mind on how long it taken him to realise that you've become a girl. And that to just somewhat nod and it's good. So what do I do? Well, you simply go and answer whatever questions he asks. So you just go okay, and come and go. It will be fine, kid. Everything will be fine. Trust me. He won't be mad at you if you simply tell him that you've tried many times, but anytime you either get near the Kage Tower to tell him, or you're in the room with him and you like, you know, you're bracing yourself to tell him, you just end up finding that you can't. You know, like you said to me, like, you know, there's brick wall that all of a sudden forms like in front of, like, just preventing you from saying it. And just go okay, just be honest. And I know that's asking a lot from a ninja, but just be honest. Just tell him why you haven't told him. That's always you need to do. He'll understand, or try to understand from your perspective, Naruto. Don't forget, he loves you just as much as you love him. And so he does highly care about you, and so yeah. I think the only thing he may do is maybe get a highly trustworthy doctor in to somewhat check you out, I guess, but besides from that, he'd probably still let you continue doing missions and whatever, because gender isn't going to inhibit anything besides from like giving you better chakra control, which what? I guess I somewhat forgot to tell you, but girls naturally have somewhat better chakra control, even though yourselves have obviously climbed since, you know, you'd be like started turning into girl. Your control has increased. It's actually somewhat kind of increased with your reserves increasing to the point where obviously the reason why you haven't noticed is because the speed of it increasing had matched your reserves speed of increasing, so that pretty much your chakra control hasn't changed. In other words, your chakra control had exactly stayed to 0. So it just means that you haven't had to, say, train extra hard in chakra control to build up, to to relearn, to regain that chakra control you had with the smaller reserves. And I guess I got lucky there. So yeah, you did, especially with reserves as big as yours, Naruto. Yours are the only human I can think of that have matched mine in so long. I don't think even Kurama or Satsuki, the or who you call the Sage of Six Paths, I don't think even he had the amount of chakra you do. Naruto, just really, I have even more than him. Well, yeah, I just said that your reserves match mine, though in some ways, yeah, yes, in the, say, grand scale of, say, their size is the same, but how, say, powerful they are, mine is still more powerful than your human reserves are. But what about my kitchen chakra? Well, your kitchen chakra is getting there. It is slowly, I would say, maybe when you get your 3rd or 4th tail, you may be at the same chakra density as me. So yeah, I would say by the time you get your 9th tail, you may very much have more dense chakra than I do in that aspect. Really? Yeah, okay. Anyway, you should somewhat get dressed. And right. And Naruto would, go to the toilet and would come out, wash her hands, dry them, and then go, so what should I exactly wear? It's up to you, kid. Though if you really want to scream, say, scream that you're gay, you could always wear a miniskirt again. No, absolutely not. I'm not wearing that again. Okay, I was only joking, kid. Calm down. Calm down. Not to just go, not funny. Yeah. And go, well, though I did mean the part about skirt, but not mini skirt. Well, what skirt then? Well, you've only got 2 different types of skirts now, the mini skirt or the mid-thigh length skirts. Right, I thought I had some more different ones. Well, you can get some more different ones if you want to, but yeah, it's up to you. Anyway, and I just nod on with so with that, guys, thought I needed a bath. Anyway, so yeah, as I was saying, that would get pretty much. Well, she'd get the mid-thigh length skirt out. She'd think to herself, and she'd go, "Hey, Kurama, yeah, kid. What shoes should I wear?" It's like, why you ask me what shoes should you wear? Well, I guess I should also, she'd go, "Look, it. Well, whatever you want. though, remember, this also is pretty much like, say training, or somewhat of a, training day, so like, obviously, so you can pretty much wear whatever you want, but you will have to come back, get changed into your ninja outfit, as Kakashi, your sensei's probably got something he wants to train you using. Raya breaks over. Right. Well, like, I don't think I want to wear tights today, but like, should I wear, it's like, if you want to wear heels, kid, go for it. Remember, you've got if you somewhat feel a bit anxious on wearing the 8cm heels, then just wear the 4cm ones. You have to push yourself to wear heels. Heck, you can walk in with your ninja sandals on if you really want to. It's, as that is, up to you. And stop asking me. Just sigh, but would say, okay, should just grab socks, and would grab just a short-sleeved white top with a with a somewhat like very light blue coloured skirt. She'd then throw on her clothes, her underwear, obviously first. She'd take off the underwear she was wearing for bed, and then throw on a new pair of underwear, and then put on her clothes. No, she wouldn't put the socks on just yet. She'd walk out as Kakashi would look at him and go, "Whoa, you look quite nice." Naruto is not going. Thanks, Sensei. Would you mind if we're a bit late? As Kakashi go, I don't think so. After all, we're generally always on time, so I don't think he'd mind us being, like a minute or two, 5 to 10 minutes late. After all, we're generally always on time. And she'd just nod. She'd go and she'd decide that when she comes back, she would have a normal sized breakfast. So she decided to cook herself something easy, like beans on toast. After eating it, she'd then start washing up as Kakashi would go. So, Naruto, I'm also somewhat curious, but why haven't you exactly told Hiruzen yet that you became a girl? So the minute somewhat freeze up as Kurama go, "Calm down, kid. Remember, just tell him the truth." Would take a couple of deep breaths. She'd go, well, and anytime I tried to tell him, it was like a brick wall would form in my mind. I just couldn't get the words out to tell him. I could speak about anything else. I could speak about, say, like how I killed the last person on our mission, or or like on jutsus, or about almost anything else, but about why I became the girl, I don't know why. It was just like a brick wall would form. Cause I'd just go, that's interesting. Let's go, how is that interesting? I should go, whoa, I didn't mean it in a bad way. Just that, Well, I was somewhat thinking, and maybe you could somewhat just be scared to tell him. But well, yeah, of course I'm scared to tell him. That's obvious. Well, not exactly what I mean. I'm on about you're scared that it'll change things between you and him. What do you mean? Well, think about it, Naruto. Ever since you've really grown up, he's somewhat, not exactly, but somewhat been there, for you. He, let you get away with stuff. Other, well, he doesn't let any other person, get off with. You could, prank the entire town and would just simply say, well, his armpit failed to say, it failed to protect Konoha, and, have it as a, say, mock random attack or that. And that, because if you think about it, the reason why he was always so calm anytime, say, you'd pranked, say, like the Armbu or even the Kaga Monument, was because, well, if you managed to literally do that, then his armpit failed to protect Konoha. The best of the best ninjas failed to stop someone from pranking. So, yeah. And I guess that's how he sees it. I never thought my pranking actually is helped Konoha. It's like, it has actually. I remember many of the Armbus somewhat used to complain about it, though after a couple of days they'd somewhat realised that obviously you're pranking. If they'd looked at it in the way of, say, what you could possibly do if you was an enemy nin, they'd quickly realise that, well, they were very much laxed. The amount of peace had made them lax, and there probably were any nin among them, which had somewhat made them even more heightened to try and get you, because if they could get you, then there's a possible higher chance of them stopping, say, an actual terrorist from blowing, say, the entire village up, or something else of the like. And go, I never really thought of it like that. Should come out from washing up a plate, and yeah. Yeah. I should go, yeah. That's why he never really scolded you, because I think the only person that ever somewhat scolded you was like Iruka, but even he didn't. Well, he was somewhat stupid enough to never actually realise, well, not why he was doing it, but the actual implications on how you actually managed to pull it off without nobody noticing in the first place. And yeah, of course, that means you pretty much done the best person for stealth on the entire team. I don't think even Sasuke and Sakura know that yet. And to go, I guess I am, if you put it that way. I'd somewhat only use my pranking to just prank to get back at the civilians for glaring at me, or for them to at least somewhat see me, because hey, it's better to be well, at least hated than to be ignored. Actually, we just nod and think, well, yeah, I guess she is right there. Being ignored is a lot worse than being hated, because at least you're noticed then. Just, yeah. Because pretty much when she started pranking almost pretty much all civilians had just ignored her like she didn't exist. or he didn't exist, Naruto being male back then. And so, yeah, and by the time he'd finished it, everyone knew who he was. So, yeah. Should go, maybe I should do a prank for old time's sake, sensei? I should just look at it and go, what would you do? I don't know, maybe paint on the Kage monument, say you prank maybe not the team, but everyone else, just to see just how bad the Anbu are. Because if I can do that, and if, say, the council try having me for it, or rejecting, pulling me out of the ninja ranking, I can simply say, well, just think of what I could have done if I was aiming to kill you instead. I should just look at her and go, I think that's a good idea, but yes, keep quiet, sensei. Because I should just nod and just think that pretty much was somewhat of a good idea, because a surprise attack, or prank in her case, but still it'd do the same thing. You just wouldn't, it would be unexpected, and obviously, Armbo are meant to notice minute things, and if they can't, see this coming, then damn, it'd be the biggest prank possibly done in the entire, in all of Konoha so far. Though he's, at least when he was pranking, he got the somewhat title of Konoha's pranking, or now in this case maybe prank queen, or the prank mistress of Konoha. Yeah, and the number one unpredictable ninja. So yeah, should go. Well done, sensei. You ready to go and go home? Yeah, you ready? Yeah, just need to put on my shoes. And just nod as he'd get up and walk out the front door, and would slip on his ninja shoes as he'd then somewhat wait for her at the door as she'd come. She'd somewhat stare at these shoes and what should she wear. She's got ninja ninja shoes. She's got civilian type shoes and ninja shoes. The difference between them are ninja shoes allow the channeling of chakra, whereas the civilian ones don't. You can't channel chakra through them. So being able to say tree walk or water walk would be impossible in civilian shoes. Whereas the ninja shoes, obviously you could walk on a tree or a wall, vertical, horizontal, whatever type wall. Yeah. Should go, should think, well, I guess I'll go with ninja. Should somewhat not as should look for a ninja selection of shoes. That is the normal, ninja, shoes, which most ninjas wear. Then there's the Kunoichi style ninja shoes, which had it's varied two different versions. A 1 and 2 centimeter heeled version of the ninja shoe. And then there were just pretty much normal, say flat shoes and high heeled shoes, ankle boots, and mid calf boots over the knee, and mid thigh high high heeled boots. Yeah, more so for any reason why it was so diverse was because you never know what shoe a ninja would be wearing when they would say. So like they could be invited to a dance and they could slip on those shoes and still have access to, being able to walk on like walls and that without, say, having to throw their shoes off and run up a wall, which would be more annoying in heels. But yeah, anyway, and she would just somewhat look over them and she would just go, well, guess I can try these on. And she'd go with the only pair. Some of them she'd got maybe 2 or 3 pairs off, just in case she broke the heel within, say, getting used to walking in heels, because that is a very real possibility. So she'd throw on the mid-thigh high high-heeled boots. Pretty much mean the shaft that her leg went into would go up to her mid-thigh, well, just slightly higher. So it'd pretty much mean that it somewhat looked like she had pretty much heels, high heels were like pretty much clothing. Well, they are what do I mean, trousers, that's what I mean, like trousers, all that, yeah. And they'd pretty much covered her entire, like just the entire physical leg. There was no skin showing, yeah. And well, yeah, anyway, yeah. And well, she'd first put on the socks, then slide her feet into the heels, and would then somewhat get up and would somewhat catch herself from falling, and would somewhat let go of the door handle and would walk forward a bit. When the door was open, as Kakashi would be outside waiting for her. Now as she would somewhat slowly walk outside, and she would turn around, shut the door, lock it. As Kakashi would look at it and go, so are you going to Senshin or walk there? Not to go in these, we're going to walk there. Kakashi, I do not want to try and attempt to run in 8cm heels. It's hard enough keeping my balance with 4cm long heels. This is 8, double the length, so I'm going to master walking fast and then slowly increase, slowly. Kakashi does not, and they would somewhat, head off, and 12 minutes later they'd arrive. She's around 2-3 minutes late, but meh. Like her being a little bit late, the Okage wouldn't really care. As long as she did arrive, that's all that mattered. And Kakashi would then knock on the door as his and he would take in and let out a deep breath as he'd say, coming. Kakashi would open the door as he would somewhat be puzzled for a couple of seconds as he'd look at him with the look of, where is Naruto, where is she? As she'd then pop out from behind Kakashi as his would go slightly wide-eyed and would go, whoa, you look beautiful. Naruto would blush and would go, you think so, Gigi? Yeah, yes, of course, Naruto, of course I mean it. you do really look quite beautiful. Naruto would have a blush, but would just smile a bit, and Susan would go, now then, as he'd go, Anbu, do you mind leaving us? They'd drop down and say hi, as they'd leave, though before he could activate the privacy seal, Naruto would pull out a kunai, Kakashi and Hiruzen would immediately go on high alert, like, is this an imposter? Like, it was very odd, though. Naruto would then turn around and fling her kunai at a, just where he had, Hiruzen just had a load of books and whatever else, shells. As then they'd hear thudders, then they'd hear something hit the ground. Hiruzen had immediately got up, and Hiruzen would just be looking in surprise as he just went, what was going on? Like, that nobody should be in here. And he'd then go, right, I need to see who it is. So he'd get up as he'd walk over, as he'd turn it over, as Naruto would look more clearly and would go, Gigi, did I just... No, Naruto, this may look like an Anbu member, but this is very much not. Kashi would go, oh? And get closer and would go, that's why. So he'd look over at Naruto and go, well done, though. How did you know? Well, I'd somewhat be... I'd though maybe want to know why there is a spy in here, or you seem to know who this is. Here's a mid just sign, and they'd go, well, speak about that in a minute. Anbu, who'd shout as the Anbu would immediately burst through the door. Hi, Hokage-sama. As they'd all somewhat just be staring at the dead body of a root member. As Hiruzen would just look at them and go, you know what you must do. They'd go, hi. As they'd take the body and clean up the blood. So as an Anbu would stand, as it'd go, do you outside? The Anbu member would just nod and would leave the office and shut the door. So now Hiruzen would then activate the privacy barrier, and once that was up, he'd go, now Naruto, do you mind telling me why you hadn't told me that you'd become transformed? I don't know, turned into a girl permanently. Well, you see, calm down. You see, Gigi, I've tried to several times, but any time I try, there's like a brick wall. Like there's something just stopping me. Almost any time I've tried telling you, like there's just something yelling at me to say, right. It's like trying to say break through brick wall. Here's me just nod and we'd go, and we'd somewhat say it was pretty much their own somewhat trusting relationship that was the cause for her to immediately figured it out. So you'd go, well, just know that no matter what happens, Naruto, no matter what, it won't change how how I think of you as a person. It doesn't be it you be a girl or boy, a human, or a cat, a fox. I don't know. Well, it won't change my opinion of you, Naruto, and the relationship we've built throughout this time. But someone just go, thank you, Gigi. It's not as he'd go. Now then, you want to know what about who that person was working for? Hi, Gigi, if you allow me, as you just go, somewhat science-like. To be honest, you already know probably more S-rank secrets than even Kakashi here knows. Kakashi just go, hey, I know my fair deal. Yeah, but do you know every entrance of Armbu? And go, every? No. Well, no, of course I don't. I don't think even some to most Armbu do. It's like, well, no, you're right there. Though this one does. As guys will go, what, you know every entrance? Yeah, I just, when I was little, I liked going out for walks and I just randomly stumble across them. It's like, it's pretty obvious when you've got two people wearing animal masks standing in the middle of, like, in an open area or somewhere that, like, say, like, looks like an entrance or something. You've got two masked people there. Gonna be pretty obviously screaming out, hey, this is a secret entrance, come and look at it. And it was just somewhat turned away and plus a bit out of embarrassment due to the fact, well, before that they did, well, or at least during his reign, and after he'd taken over, the Armbu would stand out in front of the hidden entrances to protect them, to stop people from entering them. But when Minato was in power, he had the Armbu inside, so that it didn't scream out, this is a secret entrance. Don't, come in and, we'll show you, we'll show you this is one of the entrances to the hidden Armbu base. Yeah. Kakashi just shake his head and go, seriously, Hokage-sama, why do you even do that? And go, I don't know though, I decided to give Minato's idea a shot. And it stopped a lot of people from going in the buildings. It's like, see? Now, was that so hard to? Someone just look at her. So just chuckle. Yeah. So now, how did you know he was there? Like, I couldn't sense any chakra come from there. Well, neither could I, but I don't just rely on chakra. Yeah, I've got, I can sense obviously chakra, but, and whilst I couldn't see him, I could, well, my hearing's not at least that sensitive to hear, like, heartbeats, but I could at least hear something wasn't right there, and, well, I could just smell that was a person there. And also I've got a somewhat say technique that it's pretty much, I expel a certain amount of chakra constantly, and I can choose, the more chakra I expel, the bigger this jutsu is. The less I expel, the smaller it is. Anyway, it pretty much works with my, say, sensory jutsu to somewhat give me, I guess, like a form of a dojutsu in a way. It's somewhat, if say if they say suppress their chakra to, say, like, no sensory ninja could pick them up, and there's no smell coming from them, and nothing, like, and they were producing zero sound. Well, because my techniques, obviously it's chakra based. The technique using my chakra will react with that person's chakra. Even if they suppress it all, the chakra will still very much react to something very much being there, and as such, it'd somewhat give off a somewhat outline of something being there. Otherwise, like I see, when I say activate it, I see the outline of the floor, the walls, the ceiling, like you sensei, UGG, and and when that person was there, I saw a person there, but was feeling no emotion from him. Like he was just a drone. I don't know. Like he was dead, I guess. I don't know. And it was like, so could this say? So say if you're going to walk into, say if you walked into an enemy, say Land of Lightning's hidden village. So if you walked in there and activated this jutsu, would you be able to understand the entire place without having to scout out? So like the entire area should go, yeah. I'd just simply say, like, as I walk around, I could maybe close my eyes a couple of times and or pretty much see like a full map of the hidden lightning village, the village hidden in the clouds. I'd be able to see the entire village, all the hidden passageways, everything, even where all the Boo, Jonin, Junin, Genin were located in the village, and what parts seemed to be more heavily armed than others, and where certain things are kept, like explosion tags, like their main armory, so like their main storage area, and that. Who's in Kakashi just not go, I should go, no, I'm not planning on teaching anyone the jutsu, due to the fact that they could always become a missing nin, and then you have a missing nin that could pretty much enter any village and walk out with who knows what. GG, and Sensei. They would just nod and say, well, that's very much understandable, Naruto. That is very understandable. As Kakashi would look and go, how's your, ceiling doing? And Hirsum would look at him and go, ceiling? What do you mean ceiling? Wait, you're doing Funjutsu? He'd go, well, when we returned after, my second time healing, it was still just as hard, and so when Sensei had come, he'd given me a book on sealing, on Funjutsu level 1, as Hirsum go, oh, I see, so how far are you? It's like, well, I don't often really do it. but I'm currently at level 6. They just look at it, you're at level 6? Oh, what? And it's like, well, yeah, if I did it every time I was bored and that, say for training, I'd run out of books. I'd be at level 10 and there'd be no more to teach me. You'd have to, I guess, go to Uzugakure and retrieve the Funjutsu books. Uzumi just sigh and nod and would go, well, so what can you at least, do? Well, I can do what any level 6 can. Sealing jutsu, so sealing scrolls, say some basic, so like chakra suppressing seals, but they're very basic and probably won't work on anyone above gaining level. I guess I've been tinkering around with an explosion tank. What you been? I mean, like drawing it, but I've been somewhat wanting to try it, but not really knowing like where do I try it in Dragon 7 or like do I come to UGG? Is go we generally do say 10, so if you can make 10 of them right now, then yes. And the reason why we do 10 is to see, say if you say make 10 now, we test, you don't vote 10 of them, though one at a time, and see do they work, and if they work, how frequently do they work to fail. So you make 10, if 10 of them work, then you'd make 100. If the 100 work, then 1,000, then 10,000, 100,000, 1 million, 10 million. We'd generally stop around 10 million because, well, if it works, it's like 10 million, then we can approximate that maybe for every, for every 100 million tags made, one would be banned type deal. Though considering you're an Uzumaki, it's probably going to be never the failure rate due to the fact that every Uzumaki Funjutsu has never failed to work. They've always worked, especially their exploding tags. I don't just nod and go, well, if you've got some, as you pull out papers and chakra conductive ink, so you'd go there, and so you just nod and make 9 shadow clones. So you'd just be surprised, oh, you can make them without hand signs. So you'd go, yeah, somewhat of I've been training in the jutsus I do know to get the hand seals done, because, well, you never know when it'd be handy, because if someone's got my hands tied up, I won't be able to do any jutsu. So being able to, say, make a clone, being able to make a shell clone without hands would be very, very, very useful. Just not go, that it is. That it very much is. Yeah. So, well, yeah, and 9 clones would finish them within a second. Making 10 was pretty easy. Here's them with inspect it and go, well, I have no idea what I'm looking at, that's for sure. These are, I don't even recognise them, that's for sure. They're like your very own customised explosion tags. So tell me what why an explosion tag and what you're aiming to do with, say, this tag. Well, I was just somewhat just trying to aim to like get them to be maybe more powerful, to amplify the explosion, so that when it first, say, explodes, it channels the chakra to amplify the explosion maybe 10 to 100, maybe even 1,000 times. As Hizen Kakashi would just think of how big of an explosion that would be, and Hizen would go, that would be most definitely useful in ninja battles, though you'd probably also get hurt yourself. So yeah, so that's what I was thinking. But then, well, yeah, I was somewhat thinking of another idea, but I haven't tried doing that yet. Who's just nodding and all that. What is that idea? Well, I'm not gonna say it and give it away. Susan would just chat and go, fine. So then, I'd go just to us. I thought that may have been like Armby or that. Is Susan would go, well, I could, but just in case, say, an explosion does go wrong. What do you mean wrong? Yeah, what do you mean goes wrong, GG? Well, what I mean when goes wrong, I'm on about, say, goes bigger than predicted. I just go, oh, okay. Well, she would hold Hizen's hand as Hizen would just put his hand on Kakashi's shoulder as he would send him to the training to the Pacific grounds for testing explosive tags or any jutsu that could be highly explosive. So yeah, that would go but how are we, GG? So some would go, we're here in this place here was built and designed specifically for any jutsu or exploding tags that can be, well, explosive. So this place was purposely built to be blown up? Well, not quite. It's meant to hold back an explosion, though I guess if an explosion is strong enough, then yes, it could very much rip this entire place apart, I guess. They didn't know as well, yeah. You'd go anyway, walk through that door, place one down and come back. She'd Nato would nod and she'd go do that, and 5 seconds later she'd be back as she'd go well, they'd shut the doors as they go ready. She'd nod as she'd go through the hand signs to activate it. When she'd finished and send the chakra, it wouldn't activate. And Karen would go, huh? Yeah, and I'd go, wonder why it didn't activate. Isn't go, well, maybe you should put another one down. Is gonna go, hey kid, yeah, Kura, what is it? Try sending more chakra to it. Huh? Why? Well, let's just say safety measure of yours could be activating. Oh, you, I didn't even think about that way. So, well, she'll just tell me when to stop. And current go, okay. She'd then run through the hand signs again as she'd land on the last one, but before she'd send the chakra to activate it, she'd build her chakra up. She's going to go, keep on, that's it, there. Send it, and she would as it would go boom. A second would go by, split second would go by, as then a massive explosion he heard as Hiruzen and Kakashi's mouth would just hit the floor, as they would just go, what, and just be amazed at the explosion. Yeah, the explosion was around, say, around 10,000, maybe, yeah, around 10,000 times as strong. And Kurama would think, I wonder, hey Kit, well, why don't you do it again, though this time you activate your jutsu. So what do you mean activate my jutsu? I have activated my jutsu. Not what I mean, Kit. What I mean is, like, you activate your jutsu where you can somewhat see, like, I don't know, like, say, how stuff run through. Oh, you mean my somewhat like sentry, like aerial sentry in jutsu, where I can sense when anyone is entered and pretty much see them if I close my eyes. Yeah. And why would I do that? Well, so then you can somewhat see how the chakra flows throughout the seal before it explodes. Huh. Yeah, it sounds like a good idea, because then I can somewhat make it more maybe efficient, and would go, sure, yeah, let's go with that. And and she'd go in and place another one down. Hiruzen Kakashi would go, it's meant to be that big, and she'd go, well, yeah, I was aiming for it to be stronger. What's stronger than that? A little bit stronger, though. Well, we've got 8 more. I've just placed a 9-month there. They just nod. Doors would be shut again. This time should go through the hand signs. Those should activate her other jutsu, like the sentry board jutsu. I don't know a name. If you guys do, comment in the comments down below. Yeah. And she'd go through the hand signs and activate it again, and send in the same amount of chakra she did the last time. As though this time it would somewhat be like slow motion, as she could somewhat see with her eyes shut. She could see how the chakra in slow motion flowed throughout the seal throughout the throughout the ink. As it complete, as it would then glow, as it would go boom, same explosion. Yeah, and she'd go, so that's how it interacts with, that's how the chakra interacts with that. Interesting. Well, yeah, just come and go, hey, Kit, this time. Yeah, Kurama, what do you do this time? How about you send 1 tail's worth of your chakra? What do you mean 1 tail's worth? Well, you know how much chakra I have, well, you have access to my reserves when you use 1 tail's of mine, yeah? Or why don't you just dump 1 tail's worth into that jutsu, into that explosive tag, see what happens? Why, but that would fizzle out. You don't know, it's worth trying. I guess so. And, well, yeah, she'd place another one down. She'd run through the hand signs for it. Hiruzen Kakashi would feel the immense build-up of chakra and would just stare at her and would think, what's she planning on doing? Like, burning it out? Because the more chakra you sent to it, the more likely it was to fizzle out. Because the more chakra you sent to it, the the less efficient it was, pretty much. You'd just be wasting chakra. Though she'd then send Wintel's worth of her chakra, as it would just explode as time would seemingly slow down, as she would somewhat the shockwave had shattered the windows, which were very heavily armoured and thick, as she would quickly grab onto Hughes and Kakashi were already somewhat touching one another, more so Hughes ready to sunshine out of there, and Naruto would just touch Kakashi and would immediately do one-handed hand signs for the senshin. That was one of the few jutsu. One of the few jutsus he hasn't quite gotten down just yet. And then she'd reappear on top of the Hokage monument. Well, not on top of the Hokage tower, not monument. As Hughes and Kakashi just start and go, how are we here? I just go, oh, that was close. That was very close. As I'd go, what do you mean close? Boom! As both Hughes and Kakashi both just physically jump up and would turn around to the origin of the sounds, as they just see a huge mushroom cloud running into the sky. As they just look at it, it's like, what? You didn't tell us that the more chakra you sent into it, the bigger the explosion would be. Well, I didn't even know that was possible. I just guessed, why don't I try it? And we just go, how? And as it go, we most would have died, but I don't remember doing Senshin Kakashi. Sorry, Hokage-sama, I didn't. She'd go, well, I did. Kakashi would go, oh, right, never mind, stupid question. I was the one that taught you, Sasuke and Sakura, to do the Senshin in the first place. So, yeah, you did, Sensei, and well, I somewhat was practicing its speed to get away from situations just a bit faster, and well, just as I finished going through the hand signs, we were close to being burnt. It's like, well, I think Hokage-sama's got a really nice sunburn, and this possibly same for you, Sensei, though for the portion of skin that wasn't covered up. What about you? Well, I don't know, I feel perfectly fine. And I go, well, so do we, though. Guess we won't really know until we have a bath tonight, or shower, or whatever you two have. It's not okay. I tend to have a bath. I have a shower if I've gone out for a jog, but otherwise I have a nice warm bath. It's just so relaxing. And go, yeah, it is, especially on the old bones. And as Kakashi just go, okay, well, so then, Naruto, hi Sensei, about those explosive tags, yeah, were you ever planning to, selling them? No, Sensei, I was somewhat possibly thinking of giving them to, giving some to Sasuke, Sakura, and you, Sensei, but now I'm somewhat second guessing that idea. Hughes and Kakashi would go, good idea. That would be well, not the best. Well, it wouldn't be the best idea to give Sasuke and Sakura explosive tags that, you know, the more chakra you sent to it, the bigger the explosion. Because, well, yeah, when you're in a battle and you know, and say you use an explosive tag, you know, it can be like, you know, and you could dump almost half your reserves there. Sure, I bet. I don't think, but if I dumped half my reserves, I don't know what would be left, since Hokage-sama as Hokage and Kakashi would go, I don't think nothing would be left. Though, how big are your reserves, Naruto? I'm somewhat curious. I'm not exactly a sensor, though. I can pick up, you know, chakra a bit, but I'm not that great. Should somewhat look at Kakashi just sign with nod. And this is where I'm going to end chapter 1, guys. This is chapter 2, and for those who are wondering why I'm doing this in chapters and have broken up the YouTube play-by into chapters as well, well, quite simple really. It's just that, say, for those who can only maybe watch for an average, say, what if length, my what if length, which is around an hour long, you know, you may have something you have to do, and so you can go, okay, I'm on part 10 chapter, like next chapter I'll need to watch chapter 2 or chapter 3 or 4, so it just somewhat makes it easier for you guys. Anyway, let's get into where we left off. So, and here's me just go what. Here's me just look at the two, somewhat confused. Here's not to go. Well, you see. Well, you know that I know about the nine-tailed, that I'm the Tenchoki of the nine-tailed fox. Well, yeah, I watched it through my crystal ball. I just wish I could have told you. Well, you see me. Kakashi have been somewhat hiding something from you. Here's a look at them. What is it? He'd say as noted somewhat flinch as he'd go, as he'd go and go, well, you see, GG, I kind of talk to the Nine Tails daily. Why do you talk to the Nine Tails daily? It could be, it's not, GG. She's not, Kurama isn't trying to manipulate me. Heck, she even told me who my parents were, which you haven't. And go, why would it tell you who your parents were? Well, why wouldn't Kurama tell me who my parents were? She only told me to somewhat grow my friendship, and the only reason why I never bothered telling you because, well, at the time, it was like she was the only friend I had. Like, sure, like Sasuke and Sakura were somewhat jerks back then, and I may have played around with maybe Shikamaru and Toji occasionally, but they weren't really my friends, and like they were just, say, acquaintances. Some people that I may play with occasionally and talk to, but like I never really got to know. Kurama's the nine-tailed fox, as you call her, is my first friend, and I was afraid that you'd take her away from me, take my only friend away. And though you're somewhat getting protective now. Yeah, one thing you should probably not do is try and encourage not encourage, but trigger the protective nature of a Uzumaki, especially a Uzumaki who so happens to be the Jinchuku of the Nine-Tailed Fox, and a part tailed beast herself as well. That instinct to protect is going to be very, very, very strong, especially if they're foxes or any animal that would go to very great lengths to protect something that they deem dear to them. So yes, Kakashi had immediately somewhat gulped from hearing Naruto's response. He hadn't heard her speak like that in ages. As Hizen would somewhat step a bit back and go, Uchi. He would just calm down and would go, how long? Just at least tell me how long have you been talking to her, so I can at least somewhat. I've been talking to her since the end, since we came back from the land of waves. Hizen wouldn't know what to say. What does he say? He can't exactly demand her to stop talking to Nine-Tails because she's been talking to her that long, and that was more than enough time to manipulate her and ripping off the seal. Heck, how would you rip off one seal? Hizen didn't have that much confidence in Minato's sealing. He says he does, but he doesn't. And you just sign Kosa. I'm assuming that you have trained in the chakra as well. Well, of course. I ask her to lend me a chakra, and she does. What? Why don't you? Well, it'd be like me forcefully taking your chakra. How would you like it? Put yourself in her place. How would you like being sealed inside of a person? Forcefully being sealed inside of a person and being told to simply shut up and don't talk to me for 2 Jinchukis. How would you feel by that point? And then being blamed for going on a rampage in Hinley Village when she was clearly under control. She had the Sharingan eyes in her eyes were of the Sharingan. I was like, what? How did you know that? Oh, she told me. She'd looked into the eyes of a person who she believes to be murderer. It was amid just wide-eyed defeat. If he'd simply grown up sooner and told Naruto when he'd become 6, maybe he could have saved, or maybe he could have stopped the Black Uchiha's plan for taking over, for at least attempting to take over, or at least planning to take over all of Konoha, but of course it failed. But maybe they could have been here today. Well, I can't dwell on those thoughts now, can I? And he just signed go. Just tell me at least you had a person like that. Yes. She'd look over to Kakashi would go, well, you'd know this person. He is 10, so here's a go 10, so what? Oh, he's got red release. That's a very good idea to use him, because to have him in case of a possible rampage, so that obviously, because he's got red release, he could, because he's got the Mokuton ability, he could suppress the raging the uncontrollable nine-tailed chakra. If she were to lose control, she would just nod, but wouldn't exactly say that. He was at least, Cashew somewhat hoping that Naruto wouldn't fulfill that. She's also got a jutsu that allows her to walk around free amongst people. He didn't want to explain that, and Naruto had somewhat, I guess, to keep that secret, because it wouldn't do, because who knows what would happen. Heck, she'd probably be under guard 24/7, and she'd probably never be able to use chakra again. She'd never be able to use, let's see, Kurama's chakra or her own chakra again, though. She'd still have her kids in chakra, due to the fact it being a mix of tailed beast chakra and human chakra. Those both coming together kind of formed a unique chakra. Unique enough that no jutsu or no skill that was designed to suppress, say, one's chakra. And what I mean by suppress, I mean suppress it to stop the user from using the chakra. To block them out of using their own chakra. So at least in his and mind, she only has her chakra and Kurama's chakra, whereas in reality she's got her human chakra, her kitchen chakra, or a variant of tailed beast chakra and Kurama's, the nine-tailed chakra, Kurama's chakra. And should go. Is there anything else? GG. Here's a bit think for a moment. I'm gonna go. I'm gonna let our son go. No, though. Next time, at least tell me. What training ground have you been using? Kakashi go, training ground 60. As Kakashi just high as it go. Should have really seen that coming. And he'd go, As you look at Kakashi go, yes, Hokage-sama, what is it? As he'd go, how do you like training ground 60? It's like, what do you mean, how would I like it? What do you mean? Well, what I mean is, say you give up training ground 7 and say so instead of training ground 7 being your team's training ground team, your training ground goes to, training ground 60, because then, at least then, say, Sasuke and Sakura can train, can at least say fight Naruto or spar, say, with Naruto in her, when she's using the Nine Tails' chakra. Guess you'd think and would look at Naruto and go, what do you think? Naruto should go, I don't mind. It would be nice to have it, as it's bigger. It's also got, the suppressant seal, so, none of our chakra would, nobody would be able to spy on any of our techniques that we developed there as a team and all. He'd nod and he'd go as he'd look, but you do realise, how can I say that yes, I do realise, Kakashi, that as long as Team 7 is formed, that Training Ground 60 shall always be their training ground, and thus no one except for Team 7 or a member of Team 7 and random person may enter and use the training ground. Otherwise, only Team 7 shall use it. Kakashi just nod and go, well, are you sure? Yes, I'm sure, though. Anytime you do use the Nine-Tails chakra, make sure you have Tenzo. And Kakashi go, sure, we always do anyway. Well, Kakashi does. Naruto, she doesn't. She doesn't exactly enjoy having someone just staring at her constantly, almost waiting for her to go out of control. One day she thinks you just want to lose control just for the sake of it. Though she was planning, she was somewhat thinking that doing when she was training in Kurama's freaked-out state. She was thinking of just falling into the hatred and just lose control for a bit and see how they react. Though Kurama talked her out of it. Oh well. Or prank losing, say fake losing control to see how they would react. But oh well. That would go well, at least I can prank them tonight when they're all asleep. Yes, that's going to be fun. Just going to go. You love pranking. You really love pranking, don't you, Kit? Well, I need to love doing some prank house. Because, I can't exactly, keep on training with ceiling, because I'm going to hit level 10 and I can't train anymore because I need to go to Uzugakure and get the launch from there. And can we just nod and go, I'll try and look through my first and Chuki's memories if I can find them. I don't just go, okay. And I should go, then Kage-sama, is there anything else? No, though you may want to tell Sasuke and Sakura, and you will, as you look at that and go, so then, Naruto, yes, Sensei, what is it? You plan on coming to training ground for 60 like that, or are you going to change? She look at her and go, well, of course I'm going to change, and I'm going to eat an actual breakfast. And she's just like, well, that didn't fill you out. Of course not, that was tiny, or at least, for the amount I generally eat, that was small. I should just go, yes, as you look up at the sky, I guess I'll see you at 9:30. Then Naruto just nod as she'd go, then see you, Sensei. And she'd she wouldn't sensing. The one when she did sensing, she's surprised that she didn't somewhat trip, because the sensing is just So whatever you hold on to that and you move at high speed, and she somewhat at least thought that round hills may be a bad idea to use the sunshine on, but it seemed like it didn't change anything. She somewhat stumble a bit through going down the stairs of the Hokage Tower, but would somewhat get a balance and would walk all the way down and walk all the way home. And so around when she'd gotten back, she'd taken off the heels, put them back in their respective place. She'd taken off socks, pretty much. She'd thrown these skirt and her top and her bra in the washing basket, and she'd then pull out a sports bra and her ninja outfit. She'd put that on, and then she'd go into the kitchen and cook herself an actual breakfast, which for her was around 10 to 20 plates of whatever she'd have, depending on how hungry she felt. And after eating all of that, she'd then head off to training ground 60. She'd then arrive as once she'd entered training ground 60, she'd try sensing for Kakashi and Sasuke and Sakura, though she couldn't sense them. She'd then walk outside and she'd try sensing them, and she'd go, so wonder why they're there. I thought Sensei would have been here by now. It's not. A clone a bird would then appear beside her. She'd go, you know where they are. The bird would just nod, that being a clone transformed into a bird, as it would then fly and somewhat arrive there and sit on a tree as Sasuke and Sakura would go, so you wanted to talk to us, Sensei? As Kakashi would go, yes. You see, we will no longer be using training ground 7, will no longer be our training ground. As Sasuke and Sakura, what? Why? Why, Sensei? Why won't it no longer be? Well, somewhat upgraded to a better one. Go, what do you mean? Well, you see, training ground 7, just like the other training grounds 1 to 20, or 0 to 20, they all lack one thing, and that thing is like a chakra barrier of some sort. What do you mean, a chakra barrier? Well, a chakra suppression barrier. Though what I mean by suppression, what I mean by that is when you go in, you could use a jutsu that requires a lot of chakra, and no dude would be able to sense it. No dude would be able to sense the amount of chakra, used in that jutsu outside of the barrier. They'd go, so where is our new training ground then, Sensei? Sakura asked as he would, that's well, let them go. It's called training ground 60. There's a training ground 60? Sakura says, Kakashi would go, yes. Training ground 0 to 20 are Genin. 30 to 40 are Chunin. Though training ground 44 is generally Chunin and Jonin. And training grounds around training ground So training grounds 40 to 50 are Jonin allowed. One's Jonins like me could go in and have the entire training grounds to ourselves. And training ground say 40 to 59. Then training ground 60 to 80 are Armbu training grounds. Armbu? Yes. As I said, that's why training ground 60 has got that chakra suppression barrier up, because it's an Armbu training ground, though it's now officially ours, and as such only us and whoever accompanies us that say you want to maybe show them a technique, or you're training them yourselves, you can come in here. As long as Team 7 is formed officially, it's recognised as a team, we can use training ground 60 as much as we like. Only us will be using it from now on. So you may see one other person in there, but that's a Jonin / Armbu member, and you will find out why. As they would just nod and, yeah. And, the Naruto clone, Naruto shadow clone transformed as a bird would pop. Give Naruto all the information. I should go, oh, so that's why. I should then walk in and would just sit down on the ground and go, Kurama, got anything to training or do or whatever? Should go, because they're going to be a good 15 minutes to get here, so hey Kit, Yakura, what is it? Could you do a blood clone quickly? Sure. Do you mind asking me why? It's a surprise. Okay. Naruto then grab a kunai, slit a hand, put the kunai back, run through the hand signs. Would run through 1/3 of the hand signs to do the blood clone. The blood clone would form, her hand would heal, and Kurama would take control. Yeah, same old thing. Kurama would then run through unfamiliar hand signs to Naruto, as Kurama would then say, Kitsune summoning jutsu. Naruto would go, why did I don't go, what? Kitsune, what I'm going to, as Kurama would somewhat smile as a puff of smoke would then appear, as a Kitsune would then kneel in front of Kurama and go, Mistress, you called? Hi, do you mind summoning both the Kitsune summoning scroll and the Kitsune? Well, do you mind summoning the summoning scroll and the Kitsune summoning scroll? Hi, but can I ask why? Well, simply look up and open your eyes. You can surely feel there's something familiar. So she would just start and would blink as Kurama would be standing next to Naruto. She'd go, Mistress, is that a... What, am I human? How I thought. And how are you free? The last thing we know that you sealed again. Well, I was going to say, funny thing that is, I still am somewhat, I still am sealed, but, this, well, Naruto here had, somewhat made a jutsu that allowed me to, well, like, give me my somewhat limited freedom. What do you mean limited freedom, mistress? While the amount of chakra that Naruto can control is how much I am allowed to use. Should go. Oh. So I should look at this, and you don't fear her? Why? Many people hate her, fear us, as Naruto would go. Well, I should look at Kurama, just nod and go, show her, Kit, show her. Should show me what, mistress? You're about to find out, as Naruto would close her eyes as she draw upon her Kitsune chakra as two foxes would adorn her head, as her hair would go of ruby red. Yeah, and her eyes would turn to a ruby red, slitted ruby red eyes, and she would have two ruby red tails with the tip being pink, with her two tails, the tips of her two tails being pink, and the tip of her foxes also being tipped pink. She the summoned Kitsune would go, you're a Kitsune as well? And I'd go, not quite. Well, you see, when I was being born, my mum was Kurama's second Jinchuriki, Kusuno Uzumaki. When I was inside my mum, I somewhat drawed upon Kurama's chakra when I was a little baby, and as such, I somewhat developed my own, say, like, tailed beast chakra. Though it's unique, it's not exactly tailed beast chakra, but it's not also human chakra. It's a combination of both. So just go, whoa, so that would make a mistress here. Yes, that does mean that Kurama, in some way, when I'm like this, Kurama is very much my mum, and in my opinion, I would never change it. I wouldn't change a thing about it. I just come and go, do you really mean that, Kit? Naruto would look at her and would go, yes, I do mean it. You mean quite a lot to me. Sure, I may say that you may only be my friend, my best friend, but you are just like a mother to me. A mother to me, I may not really have to call you mum, but that's how I feel for you. That's my love for you. I love you like a mother. This Kurama would just hug her and would just hug her. And Kurama, well, she herself didn't know why, but it just felt right to, she wanted to hug her for, it was impulsive. She didn't know why. should just say thank you. As Nato would say, no problem. Yeah, I may never or really ever say it, but I do very much love you like a mother, Kura. And yeah, and a minute or so later, the summon kitchen go, mistress, Naruto, Sama, do you mind? As they'd somewhat blush and would separate, as they'd go, sorry. Yeah, sorry, we forgot you was there. You just shake her head and goes, so I understand now why you want both the summoning scroll and the kitchen summoning scroll. I just not to go, wait, you have two? Why? I was going to go, well, you see, Kit, the normal summoning scroll is human. Only humans can summon the summoning scroll. It'll allow you, with your human chakra, to summoning, say, one of my maids, or one of the other various kitchens out there. And I would nod and would go, I'm only now noticing this, but you have more than one tail, don't you? She'd look at Naruto and go, so you noticed. It's like, well, yeah, your chakras have screamed that you're at least maybe like you're in your 7th tail, or nearly at your 7th tail. I should blink, I didn't even notice it. I somewhat trained by myself. I always train a bit, but I didn't think I was getting near my 7th tail. Well, thanks for telling me that. Sure, no problem. Is there a reason why you can't show your other 5 tails then? So no, it's just something, I don't know, it's something I generally do just walk around with one tail most of the time. Going to go, yeah, it's quite effective. Not to go, what do you mean that quite effective? Well, think about it, when you're in a world full of other kitchens with different various tails, showing you have one tail, the weakest number of tails, people are somewhat going to maybe pick more fights on you, and then all of a sudden, you reveal, you've got 6, 7, 8 tails, or, well, nobody's gotten to the 9th one yet, but if anyone does get to the 9th one, even the 9th tail, and could beat whoever is, trying to make fun of them and beat them up. And I've got, I see. You go, yeah, well, anyway, all you need, firstly, as you're in your kitchen state, just bite down on your thumb until it draws blood and write your full name, on scroll in the kitchen summoning scroll. Yeah, Nato nod as she'd roll it open, and she'd bite down on her thumb and would start writing her name, and she'd go, so what does this scroll at least, so with this scroll, I'm guessing my kitchen state allow me to summon them. Going to go, yes, Kit. And, well, it also allows, as maid would go, it allow, say, maybe me or one of my, say, fellow maidens, or one of the other fellow maids of the mistress, the queen, I should actually say, of the queen. Like to summon you back to the kitchen world. Wait, queen? Wait, Kura, you're the... Just gonna go yeah, I wasn't planning on telling you. You can, the kitchen... She just somewhat just whistle and look off in the opposite direction. Just go, just sigh and go, yes, kid, I'm the queen of the kitchens, which, yeah, it means that you're, well, it means that you're a princess, and I'd go, I just don't know. I don't know what to say. Just go. It's a lot to take in. Just keep on finish signing that scroll. Oh, and at the end, after you finished writing your last name, you have to touch all 5 of your your other 4 fingers and put all 5 of your 4 fingers and one thumb on the paper underneath your name and channel a bit of your kitchen chakra into it. It should glow and you should get a number underneath. Right, I would just somewhat nod and would finish off her name. Which she'd stopped on the Uzumaki, on Uzu. So she'd finish Maki and would do that as a number would pop up. Number 2 as Naruto look at and go, why do I have 2 down underneath? And go, that's a life report on how many tails you have. So when you say grow to be when you get your 3rd tail, it will then show 3 on it. When you get 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, so on. And go, I get it. Go good. Now then, Kit. The other one. Right. So you'd drop out of her kitchen state and would do the same thing again. Write her name down. Well, open the scroll up first. Write her name down in her blood. And she would then do something again. Though this time it'd glow, but nothing else would appear. And I'd go sit then right as the maid would go, yep, it's done. She'd scroll it up and would then would go, well, I will return, feel free to summon me or any of the other kitchens. We'll be happy to, we're always ready to be of assistance, princess. I'd go, no need to call me princess. No, it's just fine. I'm sorry, but as a maid, I must call you by your title, and I just sigh. She just sigh and go, fine. But yeah, though, what did you mean by you could summon me right about that? Well, see, now that you've assigned due to say like you being Mistress Summer's child, we can somewhat feel when your life is in danger. Say when you're seconds from death, we could do a reverse summoning, which will bring you and Mistress to the kitchen world. I'd go, oh, that's quite handy. So just nod and go, that it is. Well then, Well, until you call for me, until you call for me, I will see you next time. Naruto would just nod and would say bye, and she'd disappear. Naruto, after she'd disappear, Naruto go, huh? And look at Kurama and go, what's her name? And Kurama go, to be honest, Kate, I don't even know myself, I've forgotten. Naruto would just shake her hand and go, jeez. Thought you was meant to be the all-powerful nine-tailed fox who could destroy valleys. Hey, that's got nothing to do with how strong I am. Oh, you sure? Are you baiting me into a battle? Or maybe I am. You just have to find out now, won't you? Bring it on. As Naruto jump into a kitsune. We would jump into a two-tailed kitsune state, and they would just start sparring. Yeah. And, Kakashi, when Kakashi, Sasuke, and Sakura arrived, they would just somewhat see, they'd see two figures with tails and foxes and that battling, as they'd be just, Sakura would go, Naruto, Kurama, is that you? They'd stop and they'd look over at her, and she'd go, Naruto, about time you guys got here. Kakashi would go, we're not that late. It's like, hey, you said that you'd be hit by 9:30. No. Yes. You said you'd see me at Training Ground 60 at 9:30. Sensei. Kakashi would gulp and step back as Sasuke and Sakura would go, oh, did he now? Well then, it seems like, what's the saying called? Old habits die hard. Hey, Sensei? As he'd just chuckle nervously and go, yeah, I guess so. Yeah, and not go. Well, anyway. So then, like Training Ground 60, and I'll go, well, it's some bit more of a walk, but otherwise, aside from that, yeah, and it'd be nice because we can now train them more, say, seriously, like chakra intensive techniques, and not have to worry about having iron boost show up or that. Just see with Jack and go, well, maybe not for you two, but for Naruto they may still turn up. For Naruto just stare at him and go, not my fault I ended up just blowing a giant hole into Training Ground 60 that time. Sasuke and Sakura just look at him, what do you mean blow a hole into Training Ground 60? Let's go, well, you see, I was somewhat just training in Kurama's chakra. I was mainly first tail, and since I thought of saying idea of maybe since then I'd thought, what would happen if I activated a normal explosive tag, and it left a somewhat sizable hole in the training ground. It was kind of lucky because we had managed to get away, but we never bothered to try that again. Kakashi would go, yep. No, you're the one that said to try it, and I had to go, no, I'm pretty sure I remember you saying that, telling me that why don't I try it. And they would somewhat just be arguing back and forth. This can just somewhat whack the two on the head. They'd go, ow, hey, what was that for? You two are like an old married couple. She shut out as Kakashi would look at one another, and then they'd go, why the heck would I want to marry him? Heck, I don't even want a boyfriend at the moment. I could get less. But that stupid stuff, and you know it. And just sigh. I know that's not what I meant by that. Just go, I don't care. Yeah, just sigh and go, come on, kid, you know I was only playing. Come on, is somewhat still being stubborn though. Can somewhat get closer and closer as Naruto would then turn around and whack her. Well, would punch her and send her somewhat flying into, through at least 3 trees as Kakashi would have just face palmed as he'd say, pull herself out of the fire tree and would go, damn it, should have seen that one coming. Yeah. Let's go, well, yeah, we never exactly stopped sparring, now did we? She'd go, I guess we didn't, as they would then start sparring again. Sasuke and Sakura just look at Kakashi and Kakashi go, well, and Speed go, you're gonna just have to get used to those two. Though they're not always in the mood for, say, sparring, though I guess it's somewhat my fault. It's like, you think you took so long that they got into a spar, and now they probably won't stop until Watson goes down. And that's if the moon isn't a full moon, or if it's a night dark moon, no moon night. So I was gonna go, why is that? And just I could go, I guess she never told you. Well, at least that, when there's a no moon, or when there's a full moon, or at least if you're Jinchuriki from the 2 tails through to the 9 tails, you can't sleep through the night. It's just gonna go, what about the 1 tails? Naruto says, Kurama said that it was pretty much weak enough to not notice whatever Naruto felt. Would feel during the night with a no moon or full moon night. Sasuke just go, and wouldn't say nothing more. And Kakashi just go, well, how's your 2 training been? As Sasuke would go, it's been fine, Sensei. I've got the jutsu you gave to me down, and also got level 2 down. As Kakashi go, well done. Sasuke go, what? You mastered your level 2 chakra, level 2 elemental affinity chakra control. As she go, yeah. As Sasuke would just go, would somewhat just, well, would just be jealous as, well, his Kakashi would go, well, don't worry, Sasuke, you'll get that. Just know that, well, obviously the more affinities you have, the, well, harder it is. If you've got two, then it takes longer, as you just look at it and go, yeah, but Naruto done it before all of us. Master did it before all of us. Since how did you forget? As Kakashi go, well, that's because Naruto can make over 1,000 clones quite easily. And, well, yeah, and plus Naruto's chakra reserves rival that of the, well, of Kurama, the 9,000 itself. So I go, wait, Naruto's reserves are that big? Well, yeah, they are. Oh, damn it, I'm getting tired. Yeah, they are that big. Sasuke go. So what doesn't mean anything is Sakura and Kakashi just stare at him as Kakashi go, it means that she's got the highest amount of stamina out of us, and man, she's got the most chakra out of us. Sure, she may not have the greatest control, but she'll at least be able to throw S-rank jutsu, at least maybe a 4,000, maybe 10,000 S-rank jutsus before running her reserves dry. And even then she can fall back onto the 9,000 chakra. So, yeah. And even her own beast chakra. So, she's got quite the backup reserves. And that's not if she's got some more hiding somewhere else. And Sakura, huh? What do you mean by that, Sensei? Oh, well, with Funjutsu, you can make a seal that stores, say, chakra for a later date. In other words, say like a backup reserve. As Sakura, wait, so then it's like, well, yes, for people with smaller reserves it is handy, because you could say have maybe 2 of them, though, like on you. Well, generally only 1 of them on you, because the price to have them made is quite expensive. What do you mean? Why are they made so expensive? Well, because is Naruto would speak up, but well, because Sakura, they have to be linked to your chakra. The seal has to be specifically made for your chakra. In other words, like you can't just buy them like you could buy like a sealing scroll and expect it to work like straight away. It has to be specifically customized to your chakra and how your chakra is. Everyone's chakra is obviously unique to themselves, and as such it's going to be different. It could there's just like a couple of things that would need to say alter for like everyone, and as such it's quite expensive to make them, plus very few people know how to do it. So I could go, I see, is not to go cheer up Sakura. Well, I guess if Sensei gets authorized to, I may be able to, well, I guess I can, finish up my, say, Funjutsu blast, like my Funjutsu lessons, because I'm a level 6, you're level 6 in Fujitsu. Whoa, that's impressive. Tried reading level 1, I couldn't understand any of it. Naruto, well, it's just in my blood plus. Well, this is nothing on Uzumaki Fujitsu. As should blink and should go, what? As Kakashi go, yeah. She's telling the truth there, Sakura. The level 1 Fujitsu in Kanha is, it pales in comparison. And that's like, yeah, they really do. Say a Uzumaki Fujitsu person in level 1, which children are generally 6 years old when they start learning Fujitsu. They can do sealing scrolls, explosive tags, basic, like illusionary seals, like small and medium sealing scrolls. What else can they do? I'm not really sure what they can do. I think they can. I think they can do some flash tags as well and some smoke tags as well. And I think that's it. I'm not 100% sure. I don't really remember. I was only a child when Krishna had told me all this stuff, and it'd been a long time since she could remember what level 1 was in Uzumaki Fujitsu. Sakura just nod and go, still, that's just impressive, and that's just level 1. Like, how many levels is there to Uzumaki Fujitsu? Kakashi would go, I think either there's there's either 10 to 20 levels. And for most Uzumakis are generally around level 5 to 6. Because not master, a person who's mastered Uzumaki Fujitsu is a level 20 user, and they can make whatever seal you could say ask them for. You could ask, say, a Uzumaki Fujitsu master, hey, could you make, say, a teleportation scroll, or a teleportation, say, seal that would teleport me and my, say me and, say, 20 people 100 miles in that direction and back, and would be completely useless and untraceable, and give them maybe a week or two and they'd come back with the desired thing. Yeah, they could really do impressive stuff. And I could go, whoa. Learning Fujitsu though is handy, and I would suggest, because level 1 Fujitsu will be how to, say, make the basic sealing scroll and what they are, and you all knows what the basic sealing scrolls can do, right? They're not, just seal, say some tools and that in them. Yeah. And this is where I'm gonna end chapter 2, guys. Chapter 3. Yeah, it'd been 2-3 days since Naruto had said what she'd said. And she did do the prank the very next day, and for those you guys who are wondering, what did she do? What's the prank? She had decided in her own mind that she would in turn turn in all of Konoha for 24 hours, one single complete day, from male to female. So yeah, pretty much when the next day had come, there was no boys in Konoha. Pretty much boys she went a control alt and deleted all males. Obviously they did still exist, just that any males in Konoha had been flipped to female, even civilians. Yeah, she just completely turned all of Konoha into female. And well, if you was from the age of just popped out to being 4 years old, you had a cute bunny outfit. Little cute bunny outfit. Though if you was the age of 5 and upwards, you had a casino bunny outfit on. And for those who are curious what I mean, you can go look it up, what I mean by that. Anyway, and if you was from them, and if you had started the academy, Konoha's academy, you'd have a 1 centimeter hill. So your first year, so year 1, you'd have if you was in year 1, so your first year of the academy, you had a 1 centimeter hill. The hill height was 1 centimeter. Shoes were pretty much the same for the same as the casino bunny outfit. For the casino bunny outfit, which is just normal high heeled shoe. Stiletto heels. So it'd be 1 centimeter if it was your first year. So pretty much year 2, 2 centimeters, 3 centimeters onwards up until year 6, which the Konoha Academy had restarted back up now. So pretty much everyone had woken up, or they had were casino bunny outfit, and their shoes were either depending on their year, depended on their hill height. And if you had graduated, then you had a 8 centimeter hill. And for the girls, for boys and girls that was, though for the girls that complained that their chests were too small, say Sakura for example, their chest would also grow overnight from their baby, say AA cup, A cup, or just whatever their best wine they moaned it was tiny, they'd be D cup to E cup size. And for the girls that complained that theirs were heavy or just too big, they'd go to pretty much a AA cup, so flat chested. They're as flat as a board or as a piece of wood. So yes, and it got pretty much a lot of girls that complained about their breast size to shut up about it, because it pretty much it knocked them all for a loop back. And they tried still trying to figure it out, even past that, who could do something like that. Though the Armbu and a couple of other people, very few, besides from all of the Armbu, there's maybe 1 or 2, maybe 3 people that had figured out who had turned the entire Konoha, who could turn the entire of Konoha into females. Which, the only person was Naruto. After all, she was or at least when she was pranking back then, he was Konoha's prank king. Though now he is a girl, she's now Konoha's prank queen. Pretty much, a warning to don't get too cozy, I will always prank type deal. That no matter if I may be ninja or not, I will prank. It somewhat thrown the Armbu through a loop, because how on earth did she do it? It confused all of even the Armbu. They knew who had done it. Naruto, so he's the only one he was ballsy enough to do it. Yeah. Anyways, so after those 2 days, Kakashi, the 2 days after the prank, they had got together and they had went to the Hokage's office, which is now, no, not now, and they had asked Hiruzen for, like a nice, somewhat easy to, somewhat easy C rank. And Hiruzen had thought for a second and had said, well, we've got a shipment that you can, go and collect. This stock as he'd handle him, give Kakashi the thing on where the what he's meant to do. It's pretty much kind of her supplies. One of a few ports that kind of her. Bringing their stuff from. It was, or at least by ninja speed 2-3. Well, not 2-3. Maybe 5. Around 4 or 5 hours. So not that long. And on the way back, because they'd be on horse and cart. On the way back, it would be 2-3 days. Reason why, they'd be cut those because pretty much kind of her. Once they'd received a shipment, the next day or 2 days later, they'd send out the horse and cart, now empty, back to the port that they had received the shipment from to await the next shipment. And then once they got the next shipment, same thing all over again. Yeah, and it was just a somewhat mid C rank. Or at least the equipment inside was like a mid C rank. So there was a pretty much mild. There was a chance to have bandits, but if there were bandits, 2, 3, maybe 5 or 6 at most, but not many. And yeah, after somewhat reading it out, someone had to read out, they'll take it. Actually told them, meet him at the front gates of Konoha in half an hour. And so, 20 minutes later, they would head off to that. Because, Kakashi would be thinking that, he'd remembered, because, yesterday, Naruto was almost nowhere to be seen for dinner, and he'd remembered that once to twice a week, Kurama would always at least get Naruto out of her house and into pretty much the forest to, say, live in the forest for, or at least have dinner there to collect stuff and hunt, so that she knew if, say they were, ambushed or whatever, they could, she could go off hunting, get water, collect food and that. And obviously, Kakashi thought that was somewhat of a good idea, but obviously they would have to go somewhat further away. And so, because all teams were meant to do that around maybe once every month or two, to go out of Konoha for 3 days straight with no food or water. Though Kakashi thought, do a week or however long Hiruzen would let them out, but a week he'd thought, would be the would be the max to take them to the what's it called, the Valley of the End. So there was clean water, and he knew there was wildlife around, so food and animals and berries and other stuff around. Sakura was somewhat thinking how to pretty much progress, like, so faster through the wind affinity. Well, not affinity, she does have for wind, but to master the wind element, because she'd done pretty much the level 1 and level 2 in her earth chakra control. She'd mastered both level 1 and level 2, and so she'd moved on and had pretty much, well, she could decide energy. She could do lightning, which Sasuke's got, though Sasuke and Kakashi had lightning, though Kakashi only had lightning, so that was to Naruto, and could have done fire, but Sasuke and Naruto both had fire. Naruto only has water. Kakashi, Naruto had showed them that, she can do water jutsus, though that was by a lake. So there was a water to do, or she could do wind. And she decided to do somewhat wind, because Naruto had somewhat given her an idea, or suggested like an idea for, so like a kind of 2-person group attack with them, where Sakura could say form or pull out a, say, rock or boulder or shape, say the earth, into a very sharp spear or that, and then Naruto could wrap it around with wind chakra, and they could launch it off, and the wind would pretty much nullify drag and also increase its speed, so that when it would impact on target, it would do a lot of damage. And if they wanted to throw Sasuke into it, you could use fire. And, well, why can't Naruto use fire as well? Well, because, she hasn't learnt to split her network. In other words, what I mean by splitting a network, in average, she can use wind and fire at the same time, but that is for, so like, if she wants to amplify her fire in a fire jutsu, she'll just pull on her, like, say, and a bit of wind to it, but she's not, in other words, say, splitting it in half, meaning say half, so her right hand has, say, a fireball in it, and her left hand has a, say, wind ball in it. She doesn't like to split a chakra like that, or network, in half. Or say one has fire and one has water. She can't do that yet. She hasn't learned to split her network. So yeah. And Naruto was somewhat, just kind of in her own mind, just randomly thinking about some stuff, and and though Kurama would be thinking, and somewhat be blazing around, being inside Naruto's mindscape, and then had kind of come across a interesting thought, which was that, due to Naruto being a sensor type and her kind of severe, her jutsu, which, like, if she'd say, when she if she'd done the jutsu, she would pretty much excrete a, say, sphere of chakra, and it would be invisible, though if anyone, say, entered it, she would be able to see an outline of the person. She sees an outline of, like the land, the trees, everyone, because everyone's got chakra in it. It's just a different type, nature chakra, or nature energy. but still her chakra would react with that, and so she would see the ground and trees. And Kurama would realise that if Naruto, say, were to learn, say, where the chakra points were in the human body, she could, because she could lap up her Severic Jutsu, she could see pretty much, say, have the outline of someone due to the the chakra within, like, if someone was inside it, her chakra would react with that person's chakra, even if they turn their chakra to 0. Pretty much does mean they're suppressing their chakra. Her chakra would still react to the presence of someone, and somewhat the chakra in them, and would give an outline of a person. And as such, because she can overlay that with her eyesight, she can see people through objects. And if she were to put her sensory on top of that, she'd somewhat be able to make out a limited chakra network. The better she got with sensing, the better the chakra system would, say, be revealed. And if she read where, say, the chakra net points were in the human, well, she'd be able to somewhat overlap from memory where they were on a person, and would, say, be able to pretty much shut them down, or at least, if she was less accurate enough, maybe the muscle or just the chakra point. Or if she was really accurate, like, say, forgot their name now, damn it, what their name? Oh, the Hyuga clan. Like the Hyuga's gentle fist, where they can just whack your arm and shut it down, your arm and the chakra point within it. Yeah, Naruto could, in theory, if she trained in it enough, could do that. Which would pretty much mean, and because of her jutsu giving her pretty much 360, a true 360 degree view, even underground, that was one dojutsu pretty much copied purely by just natural talent, or being born in as an Uzumaki. And the second thought she'd come across was, or at she thought about after that, was the Uchiha's eyes, or at least the Sharingan, because all the Sharingan would allow a user to do is slow down the perception and just copy jutsu. Naruto can run at Mach 1.3, her brain can run at Mach 2. In other words, say, the time could slow, if she was if someone was going to hit her, say, bring out a fist out in pure surprise and she was running at Mach 1.3, her brain can jump to pretty much analysing at Mach 2, and she'd be able to somewhat react, though slowly, to either dodge, which somewhat allowed her, if she was stationary, she'd be able to, obviously, her brain would slow down to her natural reflex, and which is Mach 1.3, and would be able to block it, dodge it, whatever. So she had that part down. And, say, copying jutsu, she could just train her brain into when she saw someone, say, starting to do the hand signs, to slow down time, or in other words, get her mind thinking that she's going to go, run off at top speed, Mach 1.3, and would, say, with Kurama, say, ability to never forget, could literally remember all the hand signs, or Naruto could, and if she masters all the nature affinities, all the say 5 basic elements, well, then she'd be able to, after seeing, say, the outcome of those hand signs, if it was an elemental jutsu, would be able to then pretty much almost immediately reproduce it, which would mean she'd pretty much also have these Shangans somewhat copying and reaction time down, and pretty much that would be both the most feared dojutsus in the world down by one single Uzumaki. And obviously there were Uzumakis that did master all 5 of their elements, so if they could do something like this, she didn't know. Kumi didn't know, because could Uzumakis naturally do these things, or was it more of just say away that because of saying Naruto being wanting to just be stronger, faster, and that, and somewhat develop those techniques somewhat necessary to grant her the abilities of a Geki Genkai, a dojutsu by pure accident / necessarily out of necessity. I can't say the word, though I hope you know what I mean by what I was trying to say there. Yeah. And Sasuke would just be roughly thinking obviously, because he was getting closer to Team 10, he was somewhat wondering, because he'd somewhat slowly start thinking say revenge was what he wanted to do, and maybe seeking out his brother to get the answers, why did he kill the entire clan, or if he was forced to, who forced him to kill the entire clan, or why was he forced to kill the entire clan there, after pretty much a while of spending time with Kashinata had somewhat figured out for his own that there had to be a reason. As Naruto would pretty much state, there's always a reason behind someone's actions. Someone will never kill for, say, the fun of it. There's, very rarely did someone do that, and if they did, they were generally very far gone, and generally just wanting to try and kill as much as possible before dying. But yeah, and obviously it somewhat realised, or at least clicked for him, that he must have had either orders or had done it for something else, and he wanted to hear it from his brother. So though he was somewhat not on the path for revenge now. So anyway, Kakashi, Team 7 would arrive 4 to 5 hours later at the destination, and after the port authorities had pretty much checked their ID to make sure they are who they say they are, that they are, Konohanin and Team 7, and after verifying that, they would take the portion cart loaded up with the stuff, with Konoha's supplies, and after checking everything was there that should be there, they would leave. And for the first day, everything was fine. And Kakashi would somewhat think that, Hiruzen did actually give them a very easy mission, though the next day, so the second day, around midday, 6 thugs would attack them to attack the horses, sadly killing them, but Kakashi had pretty much told them that if they do come under attack, don't try and, like, say, protect or get the horses back. Just let them be. If they die, they die. If they run away, they run away. If you don't, Konoha's got more than plenty enough horses to come, and plus those, there are ways to get a carriage without horses back to Konoha without having any horses. So yeah, after Team 7 had killed the bandits, Kakashi would go, well, we've pretty much got, two options. We either say send back a message saying to Konoha, to the Hokage, saying, hey, our 2 horses have died and we request 2 new ones, and we'll wait with the carriage, or there is we all simply grab a hold of the reins and pull it all right to Konoha. I would think and go, hey, Kura, yeah, Kit, what is it? Do you think I could transform into animals? Well, of course, Kit, don't you remember? You've transformed into them before. Well, not really, though. That's somewhat of a cat, and that was by pure accident, which I had to learn how to de-transform without using my hands. Well, yeah, but, like, do you think I could transform into a horse? Well, sure, Kit. It's like, you can transform out into any animal, so as long as you remember what they look like, and well, I guess you won't obviously understand our internals and how they reproduce, but yeah, you should be able to. Anyway, they're pretty much just like, say, us mammals, we give life birth. We don't the horses obviously don't lay eggs, they give life birth. Just now I should go, hey, guys, it's Sasuke, Sakura and Kakashi would look at her and go, yeah, Naruto, what is it? Well, my transformation suit. So it's like, yeah, well, it's not exactly like the normal transformation sensei, or at least, like, maybe he knows. Kakashi, what do you mean about your transformation jutsu, Naruto? So just never mind, he doesn't. What I mean by that is that I can physically transform into stuff, meaning so that I could transform into a cat, and you could touch the tail, say the tail is, and I'd feel just like a cat, and I'd also feel that. Okay, so what you get now? Well, isn't it obvious? I will simply make a shadow clone, and me and the shadow clone will transform into horses, and would pull it back to Konoha's castle. That's, well, yeah, I guess that's the third plan. But are you sure you want to do this now? Are you really sure? So, well, yeah, as long as you clean all the stuff before, as long as we clean all the gear before you throw it on me, then sure. Cassie just nod and go, well, yeah, let's get the gear. So, well, and they'd already got the gear, though they'd pull it out from the back, and they'd somewhat thrown into the back, thinking that, they'd send a message to Konoha to get 2 more horses, but no. And after pretty much cleaning it and making sure there was no bacteria or anything poisonous or that left, go right, that clean as clean as can be, so just waiting for you now, Naruto. Shoot, nod and would come a breathing as a horse would then just appear out of thin air as they'd go, Naruto go, well that's one. As Naruto then also transform. As after the smoke had cleared, there she was now as a horse, so Kakashi should somewhat back them up to the carriage, and after thrown on the gear that the horses had to wear to pull the carriage. After that, though he wouldn't have to attach the reins, though he still will, just in case there is obviously, because of people coming from and to Konoha, and people obviously that would use the road, so it'd be odd, for like an ninja just sitting back and not really holding the reins, and like the horses just happily walking along, walking along without any reins or way to control their direction. So yeah, it would somewhat hold it, but would loosely hold it. And and after around 6-7 hours, Kakashi would somewhat yank it to the side. Naruto would obviously fell out and would turn in off the road, and somewhat look at Kakashi, somewhat confused, and would make a clone. Anytime she transforms into an animal, she can't speak human, unless the animal has some way of possibly speaking, say producing human language, like the human language, so it could possibly speak human, or be able to then. But otherwise than that, so the clone would just go, why have we stopped here, Sensei? Cash should go, but it's getting late and we're gonna have to pull over for eating and then to sleep. Surely you're tired and not to go. The clone and the clone and Naruto, the horse, and Naruto herself would shake their heads. As Kasuga, as Naruto, they also just look up into the sky. The real Naruto, as Kakashi would look up and would see, and go, oh, it's a no moon night, so that's why you're not tired. So just nod. As Kakashi go, well, so you could just pull us throughout the night, and kind of would say, well, if you, sure, it's the best bet, we'd get to Konoha faster, and I'll pop and the boss, or just make another clone that will last a lot longer, that will, once we're on our way, will just somewhat look like holding the reins, but in reality wouldn't be. Kashi would just nod them and go, well, okay though, let's put off the gear first before you get rid of the horse clone and transform yourself back into your normal self. The horse would just nod as the clone would pop. The human clone, Naruto, would pop. And Sakura would help Kakashi, would do the clone as Kakashi would do Naruto, and would pull off all the gear that the horses wear, as Naruto would then the horse clone would pop and Naruto would transform back to a human form. You just Kakashi go, well, how is it like being a horse, I guess. And I was like, well, bit odd considering, like, if it's like, fox, a dog, a cat, obviously they have paws, they can somewhat move, like their paws, like somewhat hands, but of course horses have hooves which are just solid, and it was very odd walking on hooves for the first time. But well, yeah, the more longer I walk, the better I'll get. Actually, just not longer. Well, it's just, but I guess I'm just thankful that you had that. Well, you had your transformation jutsu handy, and that you could transform into a horse. I was like, well, you're glad it worked. This guy should go. You're glad it worked. Well, yeah, I've never. The only other time I ever used it to transform into an animal was when I accidentally transformed into a cat, which was the first time. And no, the time I had to learn how to to release the transformation without doing hand signs, because cats had paws, they don't have hands. So yeah, it was pretty much pointless. Though at least one mistake. Well, the only thing that came out of the mistake was that I learned how to pretty much transform myself back into myself without pretty much releasing transformation without doing hand signs. Without doing the hand sign to release the jutsu. Guess you just nod, and instead, they then head off, collect the stuff for the fires, the fire, and just for the fire. And Sasuke and Kakashi would go off to, would somewhat look on how much water they've got left. Naruto doesn't really have to worry, because, or at least every time she's felt faster as a horse, she's just somewhat summoned, poured from the air itself a bit of water and formed it in her mouth. In her horse mouth. And then just, done what any other animal does, swallow it. And so after 40, after an hour, they would go back off onto the road as Sasuke and Sakura would somewhat be in the back. They'd all somewhat just be in the front for a bit, though. As it pretty much turned to darkness, Sasuke and Sakura would go into the back and would go to sleep. Kakashi would stay out for another half an hour to an hour before he retired and would go sleep. Pretty much leaving just pretty much Naruto to herself. Literally, she does her real self, horse clone, and clone, which all three can talk to one another due to the fact she can understand. Obviously, Kurama taught her how to pretty much speak and understand every non-human language out there that she knew of, which was mainly what was, say birds, so she could speak to birds, dogs, cats, horses, pigs, pretty much every animal that Kurama has knowledge of. So and she just somewhat, or at least continued to walk, though somewhat halfway around through the night. She'd somewhat just went into autopilot, which the clone had noticed and had actually had to somewhat steer her now, as she'd somewhat went, autopilot just went, she'd just walk in there straight ahead. You can obviously put a hand on her and turn a left and right to get it to go in the directions that you're going, but her mind was pretty much off, just thinking about stuff, like heavily thinking about stuff, maybe a new jutsu or something else. She's somewhat daydreaming in her own mind, in her own fantasy world, type thing. So the human clone and the horse clone had pretty much was pretty much just somewhat of a just mindless clone that would just follow the horse beside her, would just go in the direction wherever it was led. So the human Naruto clone just somewhat sat at the top and both hands on the rope to turn them left and right, and was just following the path now. Yeah, and I had to make a conscious effort to not run off, like stay, because she could, clone 3 could, clone 2 could easily run both clone 1 and round Naruto straight into a tree or off into who knows where. So she's just somewhat following the road, and pretty much and so around a day and a half later they would arrive back at Konoha. Yeah, or at least Sasuke and Sakura. Well, Sasuke, Sakura, Kakashi, and Clone 2. So Naruto Clone 2 would arrive back at Konoha. Naruto Clone 1, horse. Naruto, horse. So they'd all arrive back. To somewhat nod as Kakashi go, Sasuke, Sakura, meet me at the front of the Hokage Tower. They'll just nod and go off. As the clan Naruto look at Kakashi and you can pop. And just nod and go, what about me and horse and my horse clan? Needs to stay. I would take you to the unloading bay, then just pretty much throw off the pull off the stuff, and then you can de-transform and pop your horse clone. The clone would just nod and would pop, and and 20 minutes later, Naruto and Kakashi would arrive at the front of the Hokage Tower, as they would then enter, and would Balhausen wasn't expecting them back for at least another half a day, and then had expected the report the next day. But oh well, whatever. And they somewhat just and after giving the report, and they just give him the report and what happened and that. I'm tired. Anyway, and and so mission complete. And not to go. GG. Anything else we have to say, or are we dismissed? Even though it's like, unless Kakashi wants to talk to you about something, use dismiss. Kakashi would go, I second that, dismiss, go home, wash up, whatever, I don't know. And well, yeah, they'd all go home, they'd go upstairs, finish and would look on and go, so what did you want to say? You wanted to ask me something? Yes, okay, Summer. I was wondering, because we've been a team now for 3 months and roughly like 2.5, 3 weeks, yeah, around 2 and 1/4, 1/3 week of a week have been a team now, and we haven't done a survival exercise yet. Here's one. Oh, that's gonna be interesting. High though. Luckily Naruto always at least once to twice a week she goes off into the forest and stays there. Why'd she do that? Well, to get to obviously hunt, so to keep up on her hunting skills, so she can get food if she had to, and obviously get water, know what's poisonous, that type of thing. You don't go, well, I don't know why she does it often, but that is a good idea, I guess. So there's none going, that's kind of what I want to speak to you about. Well, I can can I take, say, Team 7 to the value of the end for this training? It's like, how long are you planning to stay? That's not that far, but yeah, like, are you planning to stay there for a couple of days? Is that I was planning to stay there somewhat or at least maybe a week, or for as long as you'd let me take them out. And think, so are you just doing that, or are you somewhat, say, in the morning planning on, say, like doing some training out there, and then say when the and then it can, say, somewhat, say a bit darker, then like, say, do hunting, like, say, hunting training and fishing and like collecting water and making sure there's no like stuff in it. Guess you just nod and go, yeah, that's what I was planning on doing. This would go well. Well, yeah, you can pretty much take them for the rest of the month. Though I want you back a day before the end of the month. Hi, okay, Sam, but may I ask why? That's because I've literally just before yous got back, just before yous came in, actually, I'd got a message that the Kazekage and his 3 children will be coming to Konoha. Oh, that's a bit odd. Why are they coming to Konoha, Hokage-sama? Oh well, sooner or at least, Treaty with Sooner is up for renewal in 3 months, or at least 2 months and 1 week and whatever. I'm not being that precise. But yeah, it's up for renewal in 3 months and a week or so, 2 weeks, and so, well, instead of waiting all that time, he wants to come now, whilst it's got a bit of time, get it done now, so that when comes to watch the last part of the tuning exams, there's no talking about finalizing like treaties and that. You could just sit back. Hopefully, like for me, we could both like sit back, not have to worry about treaties or that for hopefully another 5-10 years, and just watch as just watch and see who we may think has the potential to be a tuning. Guys will go, oh yeah, that sounds interesting. Hokage-sama. Yeah, it's like though. Why is his children coming along? Like, I think he'd just want to come by himself. His youngest, Gaara, which being known as the Jinshoku of the Runtails, had he'd somewhat had shown interest in coming to Konoha while he'd asked his dad, the Kazekage, he's always only asked if he's going to come over and if his children would like. This time his youngest one, Gaara, had said yes, as apparently he said that he had a friend in Konoha, or came from Konoha, and I'm guessing there's only one person that could have such an effect on a crazed Jinchuriki to go from bloodlust killing to friendly in the heartbeat. I should go to silent and go, well, Kage, that's how she always is. That's Naruto for you. And he's just nodding, yep, thought so. And I'm guessing his other two siblings are coming along to see who Gaara's, who this friend of their youngest brother is. Yeah. Kashi just nod and goes, so well, okay. Okay, Hokage-sama. And we'll be leaving tomorrow. Like today they can rest and that, and tomorrow we'll be off to the Valley of the End. He's gonna just nod and go, and just tell me before you leave. Tell me obviously that you're going to leave before you leave, obviously. Yeah, so you just nod and go, yeah, that's it. And so just nod and go, well, you're dismissed, you can leave. And Kazu then sends him home to to wash and to change, and somewhat to sort out and to still unpack. He's still unpacking slowly. Yeah, he's collected quite a lot of stuff over his time of living alone in that apartment. So moving to another one. He's got his collection, his other stuff he's collected. I don't really know. Well, like a Jonin that has been living on their own for a while would have other kunai shokin, like maybe some jutsu scrolls and that, and maybe some like trinkets he may have from, say, different places he's been, and I was like pictures and that. At least he has two riches. He's got, I think, three. One of him and his dad, possibly him, his dad and his mum, but I think only him and his dad. One of him and Mum Minato's team, and his team 7. Yeah. And, well guys, well, I know this chapter is somewhat on the shorter side, not being an hour long, but this is the end of chapter 3. Chapter 4, the last chapter of this 4-hour long What If, yay. Anyway, so after Kakashi had gotten back home from what he had just told Hokage, he'd get he'd jump in the shower himself, get washed, he'd then dry himself, and would then go and would tell Sasuke first that would knock on Sasuke's door and would tell him that, hey Sasuke, can you meet me by the gates of Konoha around at 8:30 tomorrow? He'd go, sure Sensei, but why? Like, what do I need to bring? Kakashi would think, oh right, I should you should only bring, I guess 2 weeks of clothing and underwear, so spare clothing and underwear, and kunai and shuriken, and ninja wire, I guess you can bring as well. What about like any backup food, like any food or that I should bring? No, and also don't bring any water. What about, no, just that's all you're allowed is 2 weeks, like say 2 weeks of clothing and underwear, so some ninja wire, and maybe like say 10 kunai and shuriken. What, only 10? Yes. This is going to be survival training. We should have been doing this once a month, but like once a month, most people generally do it once every other month, but because now that they're pretty much Konoha's #1 team for doing C rank missions. I'm joking about that. I'm joking though, because we're doing more C ranks and thus being out of the village a lot more. We should be doing it every once a month to maybe twice a month even. I know Naruto at least does it once a week, but obviously she's not going outside of Konoha. She's only going to the forest and getting some and hunting. But this is complete survival training, which I'll be showing you, or at least Sasuke and you and Sakura, how to pretty much get clean fresh water, find and get food that ain't poisonous, and hunt any animals. Sasuke just nod and go, okay Sensei. And we'll be at the Valley of the End. The Valley of the End? Why? Well, so that's a river. I know I want this to be survival exercise, but for at least maybe first 1 or 2. Well, for maybe our first 1 or 2 will be there, so that you guys have, as a river, you don't have to try and find water. You don't have to try and look around and find water. We'll just be situated near a river, though we'll have to build, construct our own huts and that to obviously protect us from the environment. Sasuke just nod and go, okay Sensei. Well, Sasuke, see you tomorrow at 8:30. And after that, Sasuke just nod and bring Kakashi, then leave and head back, and on the way we'd stop at Sakura's house. And we'd knock as Sakura would come down and go, and we'd go, hey Sensei, is there something you've got to tell me? Well, not really. Well, I was waiting to tell you, as I had to get permission from the Hokage first, which he granted. Anyway, we'll be doing a survival exercise tomorrow at 8:30. Well, meet me at the gates at 8:30 tomorrow. Sasuke and Naruto will be there. As it'll be, we'll be leaving Konoha to do survival exercise. Survival exercise? No, not like you did. Not like we did to. Not like you did to like come and like get me. No, nothing like that. It's to literally, in the name, survive. Or like, so the only thing you're allowed to bring is, say, 2 weeks of clothes and underwear. So I could just nod. 10 kunais, 10 shuriken, and a bit of ninja wire. Not like, say, an entire roll that you may carry around, but like just a tiny bit of ninja wiring. Like maybe you say 2-3 meters of ninja wiring. So I could just nod and go, so I'm guessing no bottle, no backup food, no say like camping equipment, no. You just nod and go, okay. And they'd somewhat talk a bit more, for it to see what else you can bring in. There's pretty much nothing else. More so due to the fact, obviously, he knew Sasuke and Sakura would come in with backpacks, which, yes, is, they probably wouldn't have a backpack, so they could only hold what they could carry. Sasuke would realise this and that. Obviously, it'd be what maybe a Chunin or Jonin would have on them in their flat jacket. They wouldn't have a bag or that. Yeah, so it'd be less strict on Naruto due to the fact Naruto does have, obviously she can make sealing scrolls, and she's got 2 on her hands which summon, on her right hand a kunai and on her left a shuriken, and each one holds around 1,000 kunai and shuriken each. More so she's pretty much always armed. She's always ready to go into a battle. She's pretty much always ready and waiting to, in battle ready. Yeah, and she's also got another seal, which will have ninja wiring and bandages. No real equipment needed for no camping equipment or that needed, because she can transform into a wild animal that can say burrow under the ground or fly somewhere safe. So yeah, or just transform into an animal that can sleep in the elements. So yeah, anyway. And after that you'd then go to Naruto. Naruto being next door to Kakashi, and you may go, oh, but wouldn't he go to Naruto first? No, he'd want to go the furthest first, because obviously if he does Naruto first, then he'd let the others get away with more. So yeah. And you'd knock on Naruto's door, Naruto would answer. Yeah, so pretty much, should go, hey sensei, how, what do you need, how can I help? And so you go, hey Naruto, can I come in? I've got something I need to talk to you about. Okay. She'd step aside and Kakashi would walk in, take his shoes off at the front door, his ninja shoes off, and would continue to walk in. She'd then shut the door and lock it, and would walk into the living room and sit down, and she'd go, so what do you want to talk about? And she would go, tomorrow at 8:30. More so. Well, yeah. So tomorrow at 8:30. Meet me. Meet pretty much me, Sasuke and Sakura at the front gates, as we'll be doing a survival test. Survival test. Well, no, not survival test. Sorry, survival training. Should go what? So, like somewhat say living without say having to find say some water, like say food, water, and that, and go hunting. You'd go yes. I know you've somewhat been doing it, kind of, but we'll be going to the Valley of the End, so at least we've got a river, so none of you have to go looking for a river. So just somewhat nod, those who think don't really need one, you can just pour the water out of the air, and I'm not going to tell him that yet. She did nod and go, so I'm assuming, like say, maybe like a couple of, like say kunai shuriken, ninja wiring, I assume some clothes as well. Okay, yes, well, I've told Sasuke and Sakura to only come with 10 kunai and shuriken, and 2 to 3 meters of ninja wiring. Though that will be different for you. Why, Sensei? Well, because you use seals, and I know you've got seals on your arms. So, yeah, that's obvious. So you just roll up your sleeve and go, well, I don't know how to make them invisible yet, but well, if we go to Zugakure, I can find where the thing is, and yeah. I should go and to find the library in Uzugakure, we would have to get permission from the Hokage. Well, from his, and I don't think he's going to be, yes, go, you may go to your ancestors, don't think he's going to be like that. But I just chuckle and go, I don't think so too, Sensei. And, well, yeah, and I'm gonna have to go eventually, either with or without you, Sensei, because I've pretty much me just sitting here bored, just reading for the past hour, 2 hours. I've read through all I've read that, and I'm now a level 10 in Finjutsu, the highest code highest got. And Kakashi just go, well, guess I saw I saw this coming. I saw at least that coming. So yeah, that's kind of why you're allowed to bring some more stuff, because you've got seals on you. And this will be, say, something like, say, a scenario, say you've just gotten out from being captured. Obviously, because you've got seals on you, so they release, and they would act like they would be invisible. So obviously you'd have maybe, so how many kunai and shuriken can your seals hold? 1,000. How many do you have in them right now? 1,000. You're always armed? Yes. And ninjas should, well, yeah, I'm always armed, Sensei, so that if anything ever happens in a situation where, oh no, I need a weapon and I'm in civilian clothing and I need a weapon, it's like, well, I'd have 1,000 in one hand, 1,000 kunai in my right, and 1,000 shuriken in my left, and then I've got like 2 reel, like a 4 reel of ninja line on my right hand, and like some, I've like got like, obviously on my left hand is where I generally keep, like my, say silk, my scroll for like clothing and that. Cash would just nod and go, well, so you're only allowed 500 kunai shuriken, because it'd be like, you just say like you've been battling, so you're down to half of your, half of what you've got. So you only have 500 kunai shuriken, and say also, well, like say, like have half a reel of say, oh yeah, say like 1/4 reel of ninja wiring. Naruto just nod. And well, yeah, 2 weeks, well, obviously like 2 weeks of clothing and underwear, and yeah, it's not going. Is that it? Essentially, like, will we be say like sparring and that, say during the morning? It's like alright, yes. Sakura asked me that as well. So, mate, like, why? Like, why you two, obviously the girls of the team, asking? Well, Sensei, because there is a difference between underwear that we do wear between, say, what I'm wearing now and what I would be wearing if we were training or on a mission. So she'll go, oh, there is. It's like, yeah, there is. You can always find out. No. I'm good, Naruto. I'm good. That one day of being a gal for a complete day was enough for me. You just shrug over. The offer still stands there. So you just go, no. I'm sure, Naruto. I'm sure I'm perfectly fine staying how I am. So you just shrug. Okay then. So 2 weeks of pretty much clothing and that, so back up. And anything else we're allowed, like, to bring? Well, obviously, like, no food, though. I'm gonna I'll be the one to bring like a couple pots and that. It's like, you sure, Sensei? It's like, well, I may not be that great on, with Finjutsu, but, I have been reading, more Finjutsu recently. Oh, you have? I haven't noticed. Well, yeah. Well, it's possibly because I've somewhat given up the books I used to read. What? You gave up those perverted books? I thought you never would. Hey now. Well, sure they are perverted, but, well, yeah. It's more so actually your prank, I guess. Well, yeah, it's because, I turned into a female for that. I learned what it was actually like, and, well, yeah, pretty much by the end of the day, I no longer read those books no more. Well, or at least out in public. Okay. Well, fair enough. Well, at least you're not like Gigi, who would just read them in his spare time. It's like, oh, and how do you know that? How do you know the Okage reads the fighting books? Oh, I've walked upon him reading those fighting books a couple of times now. Oh, I see. Yeah. Anyway, well, I guess see you tomorrow then, Sensei. Kashi would nod as he'd get up and put his shoes on, and Naruto would unlock the door. Kashi would walk out, and while we'd walk into his apartment, Naruto would lock the door and go on for whatever she was going to do. And, well, yeah, next day would roll around. So it's not the next day, it's midnight currently. And, well, a puff sound could be heard. Kurama had somewhat gotten up, feeling like a familiarity with it, and had gotten up and had switched with the sleeping Naruto. As Kurama would somewhat open up Naruto's eyes to see as what she'd hear was princess slash mistress, whatever one of you are awake. It's going to go, it's me, Kurama, in control. Naruto is asleep at the moment. Go, well, mistress. The other kitchens and that wish to see you, or at least you and, well, or at least possibly you, or possibly the both of you, or mainly just Naruto, to see our new, say, summon, and well, to see more so our new, say, princess. Can go, okay, well, this is actually perfect. It is, well, yes, actually, well, Naruto is just actually been told tomorrow that should be, well, that they would be having a survival training for 2 weeks, so so you can come doing that and can be there for like maybe a week. Nah, you won't stay for a week. What? Well, still wanted to get training, so like maybe for the first, say, like once they've gotten, say, their camp set up and all, which will probably take them maybe a day or two, like once they've got that, or like, so I'll reverse summon Naruto here, to the, well, not here, to the kitchen world, and we'll stay for maybe like a day or two, maybe, a day or two, maybe 3. Like, first day just somewhat to, like, say, get a bearings around the mansion. The second day to talk to the other kitchens and that, and then the third day a bit of training before returning back to they were. So just nod and go, well, hi. I'm like, sounds like a plan then, mistress. That it does. Well, I'll see you then. Hi. Anything else to report? No, mistress. Good. Well, you may return now. Hi. And so then disappear in a puff of smoke, and pretty much rest Naruto back on the, well, back on a bed and get comfortable, and we then switch back with the sleeping Naruto. As well, yeah. And now in the morning of the next day, well, Naruto would get up at 8, should have to dump. Well, luckily enough, she'd pretty much custom made these seals, because, well, a normal like ceiling scroll would just dump all the just equipment from it, so she had to custom make it. So to have, well, 2 ways. One for, well, obviously one way to just seal, like the, say, seal a foul, well, the sealing part was just easy. All seals would just seal the amount that's sitting on top of it. And, well, yeah, the custom part came in to somewhat only getting 1 out, though there's also somewhat of a switch which you can turn and dump all 1,000 out. So she would do that, would make 500 clones and get them all to just pick one kunai shuriken. After 500 clones had picked one kunai shuriken and put them in a pile separate, she'd seal away those, as she knows, that's 500 kunai shuriken, would seal those 500 away, and the others left should put them in storage. Should unseal the ninja wiring. That's the reel of ninja wiring. Put that away, and would get out one of the more used ninja wirings she has, and would seal that in there. And then should unseal one of the seal, which was just a sealing scroll, which had different like tops. Well, it had say tops, which would so tops, trousers, tops, say trousers, skirts, and shoes. So yeah, once she'd filled them all up to last 2 weeks, she'd put them all in. Obviously, there was also 2 others which would be underwear, so panties and bras. Bras would split off into 3 sections. Another scroll with 3 different icons in it, one being normal bra, one being sports bra, and one being strapless bra. So she'd put around 2 weeks of sports bras and and 3 normal bras, just in case. That was just a day where she's not doing much, and so instead of walking around the entire day with sports bra on, which can get quite annoying, so put that on. And also, there was another section of it that she hasn't used since the mission go to Suna, which was a swimsuit, though guessing that they would be near because Cassie told her she'd also seal away her swimsuit, because Naruto's got beak up breasts, beak up, yes, I'm pretty sure I made her beak up by now, or if I didn't, she's now beak up. Anyway, so after pretty much wrapping all those seals away and sealing back, then she'd already done morning routine. I would put her ninja outfit one on, and we'd then go and eat a big breakfast. We'd eat a big breakfast, and we'd then head off, and roughly she'd arrive with around 5 minutes left. So would Chakra. Though Naruto obviously had the aid of clones, and Sakura had the aid of her mother to somewhat help her. Sasuke on their own had the aid of, doing it the day before. Naruto was somewhat just too relaxed that day to really bother do anything more, and just wanted to rest, relax. And Sasuke, not Sasuke, Sakura and Naruto would somewhat meet up halfway there, and Sakura would go, so you ready, Naruto, for survival training? Yeah, I'm ready. I've got everything Sensei told me to bring. Allowed me to bring. Sakura just goes, did you by any chance bring any cooking utensils or that? Oh no, Sensei told me he would bring them. Though if he doesn't, I can, it's not really that hard to cook without any utensils. It's not as I'd go. Have you ever tried, like, cooking, like, actually kind of just cooking, like, in the wild with using, like, not using any pots or pans and whatever? Well, no, I've never tried. Heck, I don't really even cook. My mum and dad cook. And, I would suggest you somewhat learn how to cook for yourself. Because for one, and since we may run through, say, like, these scenarios where, well, not maybe scenarios, well, say me and Sasuke could be training, but you'd be the one to have to cook. And whatever you cook, we would have to eat. So just gulp and go, it's like, well, you don't have to worry about poisoning me. I'm pretty much immune to poison, but, well, I can say that for me, though, for Kakashi and Sasuke, well, I have brought some pills along, so that, if, say, one of you somehow managed to poison the other, I do have some medicine that I've never really gone. Well, I haven't ever been to the area will be, I'm guessing, staying in, but, well, because I haven't really been there, I don't really know what to bring, so I just brought whatever, like, the poisonous stuff I know that's around here. So I could just nod, and they'd arrive at the gates, as I said, 5 minutes before they would leave us. Hiruzen would be there as not to go to GG. Why are you here? It's like, to see you off. After all, I won't be seeing you for roughly 2 weeks. I see. Well, now then, stay safe. Hopefully none of you get poisoned or that. It's just not good. To go, well, you don't have to worry about me. Oh, I'm not. I know that you're pretty much somewhat immune to poison. I'm on about the others. Don't worry. I bought some, I've got some stuff on me so that they won't have to worry about that. Hiruzen would just nod and go, well, good luck. Hope, none of you get any food poisoning or anything from, like, a bad chef. And, well, yeah, hopefully everything all going well. I'll see you in 2 weeks. In roughly 2 weeks. They'll just all nod, and I should go, oh, come on then. This way to the Valley of the End. And so, Sasuke, Sakura, and Naruto would follow Kakashi. Naruto, she knew where it is, as she'd looked over countless maps of, like, Fire Nation as a whole. So she'd roughly somewhat know where the Valley of the End is. Yeah. And, obviously I'd start hopping from tree to tree. And, say around 4 hours later, so midday, they would, around midday to 3 o'clock, they'd arrive. Obviously none of them have taken a break for lunch, as none of them have any food. Yeah. Which, well, for Naruto was perfectly fine, because she had a very big lunch. Well, breakfast. She'd somewhat force herself to overeat a bit, so that she could at least by maybe, like, say, by the time it came 12, she'd get hungry, so hopefully she'd offset the hunger enough, because once she was hungry, her performance went from, like, say, 100% all the way down to 10, like 5, 10, 15%. Yeah. And, well, no, it'd fall, and the more hungry she'd got, she'd guessed they'd probably get there around 1, 2 o'clock. Well, yeah. And so she'd somewhat hopefully offset it enough so that when they'd arrive they could, like, immediately say, well, maybe not immediately, maybe, like, Kakashi would look around to get some poison-free fruit and that. Yeah. And, well, yeah. Anyway, they'd arrive, Kakashi would go, well, what do you think? What do you think? They'd go, well, it looks beautiful, though, Sensei Sakura says, Kakashi would go, you're hungry, aren't you? Sasuke and Sakura would go, yeah, Naruto would go, well, I'm starting to get hungry. They'd all just look at it and go, like, and she'd go, what? I had a big breakfast. I knew I guess it would take us a while after 12, so I ate more. Is that a crime? The others would just somewhat sigh and would think, well, was a smart idea. Oh well. Cash would go, well, Matt, as you've probably got at least somewhat more experience. It's like, well, shouldn't you also, Sensei? It's like, well, I've never really, went around there. Neither have I, so we're both in the same, boat, and you've been, it's like, well, yeah, but, well, the last time I did survival training was quite a while ago. How much far ago? A year, 2 years ago? Naruto just signed, go, fine. And she'd, then go off, and an hour later she'd just, half an hour later she'd come back with just a ton of fruits and that. Non-poisonous. Is Kasuga there? Are they? No, they're not poisonous. Eat up. It's like, I thought you would have come back with some meat or that. Not unless you want to wait for another 2, 3, 4 hours, because it would have to cook. So I could go, oh. Yeah. And, well, yeah. Once they're like, well, now that we're there, we're gonna have to set up a base camp. They'd just start them as Kakashi go, well, fine, maybe not set up, but build a base camp. It's like, let's go, so, like, out of wood. I'm guessing that's why, to bring, like, some ninja wire and that. Though we can also use, like, some other stuff around here. Surely there'd be, maybe some, well, I'm guessing there won't be loot, but, you never know what you can find around here. I just nod and go, well, yeah. So we should go well, Naruto, so, like, how, so, is it like whatever we make, like, we stay on, so, like, say, if I make, say, say, a house, that's what I live in, well, that's what I stay in, so, like, say, so whatever you, like, say, if you make, say, a den that could hold 2 people, well, no, so if you make a den, that's where you be, and if Sasuke made something out, say a treehouse, he'd be living in the treehouse for whenever we have to get back to Kasuga. Yes, though, if you do make a place big enough to hold more than one, then, well, yeah, you can invite somebody else in, but yes, I do at least want you all to make your own place to live in. Naruto just nod, and we just think, well, at least I managed to get like some scrolls from GT about earth manipulation. Yeah. Just well, on the day that Naruto decides, on the day, like, when they got back, Naruto had went to Hiruzen and asked him, how to, say, learn how to manipulate earth, like the earth manipulation. And Hiruzen had told her, and had given her, well, this is for level 1, this is for level 2. So, yeah, and, well, she just somehow, I guess, come up with her own jutsu or whatever to manipulate the earth to make a room or that, or something. Well, yeah, though she could also just transform. She'd go, hey, well, before they'd leave, she'd go, hey, Sensei, yes, Naruto, do I have to make one? What do you mean, do you have to make one? Yes, you do. Well, what I mean by that is, like, can I just transform into an animal that just generally lives in the wilderness without a somewhat place to, say, somewhat protect to stay in? No. Though, if you want to, say, find a cave or that, be my guest, though it has to be within, like, say, eye shot of here. Naruto would just nod and would somewhat look around and would see no real caves or that. Somewhat sigh and go, oh, I guess that's out of the plan. And we just go looking around. Well, they'd spread out. I should say, they'll come back to this place. They'd all nod as, well, yeah. Yeah, they'd all somewhat nod so that, like, to have, like, well, yeah. If you've got a place, well, like, collect some stuff, though, scout first where you want to build, then, like, possibly, like, make somewhere. They'd all nod, and after 5-10 minutes, they'd all have a rough idea and mark out that area that they want, that they're going to use. And yeah, and well, they'd all like look at the area they're going to use. So, like, obviously Sasuke, well, so they all know where each other, like, will be, type thing. And yeah, and after that, well, I should go around now, build. Yeah, they'd all nod and we'd separate and we'd start, well, collecting stuff. Yeah. Kakashi, well, not Kakashi, funny enough, Sasuke did actually take up Naruto's idea or at least Nato's example of him like living in a treehouse and was actually somewhat trying to make a treehouse. Though, unless you know if she, Nato herself, she at least knew if she needed wood, she can get wood. She can split trees in half and, you know, actually make planks of wood and that. And well, they thought at least connecting, she wouldn't. Well, she'd be I won't exactly have to make the stuff to connect them. But, well, I guess I could possibly use maybe make a form of maybe like, say, type of maybe like earth and mud and I don't know, some other stuff, throw it together and hope it dries into something solid enough to keep the wood together. She'd just go, she's just stronger. No, I guess I could also just somewhat, like say, dig out the ground and then just have planks that are pushed into the dirt, so the earth itself holds the planks together, and then I just simply make like a wooden roof and put dirt over it so nobody can see it. And can go, yeah. And so somewhat just sit there and would wonders and go, okay, what are you going to make? Not sure. I was thinking about, say I can say something underground. Can nod and go, it's up to you. Though, why don't you say make maybe like, say maybe like 50 clones, have them go out and collect stuff, and maybe build like a pile nearby of, say, like sticks of different sizes. So you have like different, obviously, sizes of like sticks and thicknesses. Say like, so you could maybe use for pillars and yeah, and then maybe make say 2, 3 or 500 clones, or what I'd permit you to use 2,000 clones and have them all practice the first level of earth manipulation, so that you can manipulate the earth, so you can like just obviously pull the earth apart with your chakra and make obviously like, you know, something underground. I'd go, sounds like a good idea, Kura. Thanks for that. No problem, Kit, anytime. And plus, well, you can always, use my help. Not go, I guess, what can you do, Kura? Well, I can hunt for food. Well, we won't have to worry about water, because you've got plenty, we've got plenty of that in the air, and, you know, we've got a river nearby, so we don't have to worry. I can somewhat, say, like, help your, say, clone, you know, not be one of your clones, like, help, say, your clones, you know, like, organise the stuff into, like, obviously, so, like, different pillars and that, and maybe even, so, like, plan, like, somewhat underground base. No, they just nod and go, like, sounds like an idea. I should, summon Kunai, let her hand, put it back into the seal, and run through the hand signs for the blood clone. Yeah. And obviously the clone would form and switch up with Kurama, and Sasuke, Sakura and Kakashi would then immediately feel pretty much Kurama, because Kurama would enter three-tailed state. Naruto hasn't trained in using the four tails. She can, but she hasn't trained in it yet, so Kurama doesn't have access to it, because Naruto hasn't mastered it to a safe enough degree that Kurama could pull on 4 tails worth of chakra. Yeah, Kakashi would go, Kakashi just go, right, Naruto's pretty much working with Kurama, so Naruto and Kurama would practically have to work as 2 clone. Right, why don't I think about that? Clones can help. As Kakashi would run through their hand signs. Would do the cross hand sign for the cyclone jutsu and make 3 of himself. Like enough. And he was somewhat, he was just collecting stuff, and that he didn't exactly know what to do. Sasuke just marked out a tree for himself, and they'd all guess Sasuke was probably going to make a tree house. Yeah. Sakura was somewhat just going to make, because she could use earth, and because she had mastered the 2 levels, she could do the earth wall, and that she can just make a giant earth house if she wanted to. But though she'd somewhat wonder if, because Kakashi didn't really say if they could help one another, but I'd guessed he'd probably say no, because this is meant to be their own build. So though he didn't also and like now, because after he pretty much had summoned Kurama, somewhat just presumed chakra was fine, and go, now to just have an army of clones at her disposal. Didn't realise them. So I guess whatever Naruto would make had to be grand, should think, right? I'm not gonna, Kurama Naruto had made the 50 clones. They would go and would go use 50 clones 1 to 50. They would say go out, collect, say, different obviously thicknesses of sticks, and maybe even say use your wind and cut down some trees, maybe cut down 2-3 trees and bring them here, and we'll measure them in and put them into piles so that we know what we've somewhat got to work with. If we need more, we'll go out and get more. They'd also got that. They would say, as she'd go, good, go, as they'd all jump off in different directions. And Naruto, after reading what she'd have to do for the earth manipulation for level 1, she'd run through the hand. She wouldn't have to run through the hands, and she'd breathe. She'd take a deep breath. This was going to be the this would be the second ever time she'd make, this would be her first time making 2,000 clones, and the second time going above, 1,000 clones. She'd only either made 1,000, or maybe 1,500, but rarely. So she'd know this would be her first time doing it all seamlessly, so no hand sign. As 2,000 clones with 2,100. Made 100 more than she was meant to, but more the merrier, she guessed. She'd Now to go, you just know what you have to do. Hi, they would say. Hi, mistress, as they would, well, go off. Well, they'd go off and they'd start. They'd remember, or Naruto pretty much. Well, yeah, and though, well, before they would leave Naruto go, and if any of you forget, just make a clone, pop it, and I'll reread through the entire thing, or Kuro will tell you. They'd all just say hi, and we'd then leave and go to train. And well, Kurama had somewhat started drawing or at least in the dirt with a stick she'd found in the dirt on what it may look like, and I'm not going to say what it is going to look like. Though I can always guarantee I'm probably not going to be able to draw it, which is a shame because I've got in my mind I can picture just what it looks like. Yeah. Though when you can summon forth like a cool 100,000 clones, at the very least 100,000 clones at the very least, you're gonna be able to make a very, very massive and cool underground base. So yeah, I'm not gonna say what it's going to look like, and if I can find maybe some pictures on Google on a very beautiful underground base, or that like some beautiful maybe say underground bases, or some say beautiful bases that could possibly be able to be made underground, then I may show them for roughly ideas in the next part. But yeah, anyway guys, I'll leave it up to your imaginations for now to what their beautiful underground base could look like in your imagination. So yeah, Kakashi had somewhat had decided to make a house, because he'd somewhat now sit down with his clones, because his clones somewhat had been talking back and forth with his clones to decide on what they were going to make. Naruto had somewhat said she'd possibly most likely make an underground base. Being a fox and that, they generally like being somewhat safe, and being safe generally meant under or in a cave, or either in a cave or underground. So yeah, so Kakashi guess should most likely be underground, and he'd guess, knowing just how much chakra Naruto's got, it's probably going to be one heck of an underground base. So yeah, and well, he knew Sasuke was making treehouse. Sakura, well, was even making something like a possible either house, maybe treehouse, maybe underground base. He didn't really know, because Sakura, of course, had Earth Affinity. Well, had an Earth Affinity, and that could that could make anything. So yeah. His clones had finally decided, house. We'll make a house then. Yes. Well, how big and out of what? Well, I think we should make it out of dirt first, and then possibly break some trees down. Well, how do we break trees? Well, we've got wind, don't we? Well, yeah, but when I'm not that good with wind. Well, so what? It doesn't have to be perfect, and plus we've got kunais and that, so we can surely somewhat smooth it out and use those, and say like get maybe like a stone and hammer them all the way through to split the wood, and that if they're not that good with wind, that I'll go, that's sure, yeah, why not? We can make a somewhat so like the outside and inside would be decorated with wood. The walls would actually be made out of earth. Yes, the clone would say. So that's a good idea. Let's do that. Instead, all look at the Kakashi and go, well, we've got our plan then. Let's do it. Though one thing, clone to yes. Yes. What about a toilet? Well, you'll kind of have to come up with an idea for that. Kakashi would just nod as he'd wonder. He just wonder how Naruto would somewhat fix it. Would think of that, though he'd somewhat then decide maybe not, because she could just possibly come up with an idea like, so he'd limit her on what she could bring, but he didn't ban her from like bringing, say, sealing supplies, because, well, like a Funjutsu user never leaves the village without supplies to make a seal, and Naruto did just that. She'd left Kana, but she did bring along enough supplies to possibly make maybe like say 15, 20, 30 seals. With using she'd bring around 5 empty scrolls and around 25 empty papers, so she could make a couple of her custom explosive tags if she has to. Yeah, the highly explosive, dump one tail's worth to get a gigantic explosion. Though she did fix the chakra error, and what I mean by that is the amount of chakra she had to send out, which was more than like the normal explosion tag, because she had minimum amount of chakra needed to activate it, and that was set a bit too high, so she just straight up got rid of that. Well, she didn't exactly got rid of that, she transferred it into say max, that she could only dump half one tail's worth of chakra into it. So if she were to send say 1 tail's worth of chakra, it would just make an explosion of half a tail's worth. So the other half would just be waste. It was just in case she'd forgot. I forgot my train of thought. Anyways, she would, with the paper train, she'd bring two pieces of A2 sized paper, 5 pieces of A3, and 10 A4. And if you're curious about what's those numbers, A3 is double the size of A4, and A2 is double the size of A3. So 1 A2 is 2 A3s, and 1 A3 is 2 A4s. So yes. Anyway, and yeah. And she somewhat, she brought, of course, no explosive tags. I was on the thing of exploding tags, yeah. Obviously it would just go to waste, so if she did forget, you know, like how much chakra to send, and she'd send a tail, or even by say accident, and like 2 tails worth of chakra into it. It would only explode as big as a half a tail's worth of chakra. Yeah, unless it was to blow up a base, like say, yeah, like, unless she didn't add that in, because say Kakashi had said, make the tag blow big, like, make tag big, blow big, then she would get rid of the limiter and just have it so you can just dump say a tail's worth, and it would be the massive explosions we'd seen from the Hokage Tower. Yeah, and so, well, yeah, and this is where I'm gonna end part. I was gonna say part 4, no, chapter 4, which means this is the end of part 10, guys. I hope you guys have enjoyed this 4-hour long what if. I've had some fun making it, I would say that. Yeah, so part 11 and 12, and I think at least for maybe, I think, for this survival training we may go through, maybe like it may take us maybe 3 to 5 parts to go through. So I don't know, I feel like it would be interesting, like survival training. I think, or at least any time I've heard of survival training in a what if, they've generally skipped past it, or just gone like, oh yeah, like, they'll go hunting for food and water, like food and water, and they've got like tents with them. But no, this will be quite interesting. So yeah, guys, if you have enjoyed this, tell me in the comments down below, and well, yeah, and tell me if you do want part 11. And yeah, guys, have a good day or night, depending on what it is for you. Well, yeah, have a good day or night, depending on what time it is, like wherever you are, I guess. I'm tired. And yeah, guys, have a good day or night, depending on what the time is, and whenever you are watching this, or when you get to the end. And yeah, guys, stay safe and good.